blazing through the sky. Controllers click, light glows on the screen. The bass drops heavy like a digital dream. We're wired and we're zoned out. This is the game we're all about. My heart roll it, light it, puff. The beat don't stop when the bass gets rough. Gaming, smoking, vibing through. Mile high stunner, we coming for you. Joystick moves like a rocket blast. Pixels burn fast while the hours don't last. Smoke in the air with the neon glow. Where this game ends, nobody knows. Boom, 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 that bassline hits. Level up life with no regrets. Puff, puff, pass in the virtual haze. We're chasing the night in electric blaze. My heart roll it, light it, puff. The beat don't stop when the bass gets rough. Gaming, smoking, vibing through. Mile high stunner, we coming for you. That bassline hits. Level up life with no regrets. Puff, puff, pass in the virtual haze. We're chasing the night in electric blaze. My heart roll it, light it, puff. The beat don't stop when the bass gets rough. Gaming, smoking, vibing through. Mile high stunner, we coming for you.
Game on, lights, wild, high score, endless mile. Focus, sharp in the zone. Controllers speak in the code. Eyes wide, tips see high. World spins, colors fly. Pulse beats, double time. Victory tastes so fine. We rise, no stopping. Game on feet, stopping. High score, keep topping. Sky's the limit, no dropping. Lights flash, beats drop. Level up, never stop. Headphones, all I need. Dubstep rhythm lead. Night falls, stars collide. Screens glow, hearts abide. Dreams merge, reality lost in virtual sea. Buzz, loud, adrenaline. Digits flash, number spin. Theme up, let's make a run. Under the midnight sun. We rise, no stopping. Game on feet, stopping. High score, keep topping. Sky's the limit, no dropping. Nights flash, beats drop. Level up, never stop. Headphones, all I need. Step, rhythm lead. Nightfall, stars collide. Screens glow, hearts abide. Dreams merge reality. Lost in virtual sea. Loud adrenaline. Flash, never spin. Team up, let's make a run. Under the midnight sun.
What up, YouTube? What up, Twitch? Hope you're doing well, keeping stony out there. Let's get this bong ripper started before we get up into the shit. Look, you fucking spaz, bro. This is why we can't have nice things. breaking shit. Ugh. Oh man, oh man. Alright, cheers out there, y'all. Oh, just realized we don't have our stars on. See where this son of a bitch is. We'll kill him.
Still recharged with out of range. That spell is that's still that spell is that's still recharging. That spell is it's too far away. That's still recharging. That spell isn't done yet. That's still recharging. I can't use that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't done yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't that's still recharging. I don't have a target. It's too far away. I'm out of range. That's still recharging. I can't be charging. I need a target. That spell isn't ready yet. That still be charging. That still be charging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That still be charging. That spell isn't ready yet. That still be charging. That spell isn't ready yet. That still be charging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That still be charging. I can't cast that yet. That still be charging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Well met. For the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Be careful. Light be with you. Light bless you. For the Alliance. Greetings. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
Here there. Watch, get her back. Hey, good.
Need help? Or the Alliance? Be careful. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
That spell is a That's still recharging. That spell is I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell That's still recharging. That spell is That's still I can't cast that. That spell is recharging. I can't pass
I've been minding all this people, getting all these fucking pebbles.
That's still recharging. I can't pass that. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't pass that. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. That's still recharging.
I didn't see that true silver.
recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I That's still still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. I need to get closer. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet.
King's honor, friend. For the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you. Be careful. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you. Be careful.
Na, 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 na.
Time is money, friend. Be good. Keep it real. Have a good one. Be good. Keep it real.
That's still recharging. That spell is I can't miss that. That's still recharging. I can't. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. I need to get closer. Recharging. I can't trust that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. I can't trust that. That's still recharging. I can't trust that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready.
I got what you need. Have a good one. Keep it real. Be good. Have a good one. Be good.
Ooh-wee.
What can I do for you? Or the Alliance? Light bless you. Be careful.
You got my attention. Off with you. What can I do for you? See you later. Hey there. Have a good one. Looking for something specific? Safe travels. Hello. See you around. I supply only the finest goods. Safe travels.
You got my attention. See you soon. Hi. Off with you.
I can't trust that. That's still recharging. Spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. I can't pass that. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. I can't. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. I can't. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
checked. Cakewalk. Hello.
Hey, wanted to
What?
call you and ask if you just saw the news headline
What one?
about Charlie Kirk.
No, man. I haven't looked at the news shit today.
Yeah, he got shot at his rally in Utah today.
Charlie Kirk got shot.
Yep, at his rally in Utah at the college, like an hour ago.
At Utah Valley University.
Yep, he got blasted. He's marked as critical condition. They haven't released any other information aside from he's listed as critical and currently stable. That's all they said. And they have a person in custody. Yeah, crazy, right? Like, of all people, Charlie Kirk. Like,
He's
I get it, but
he's
at the
literally
same time,
he's literally like that one. He's like, you know, argue your fucking point. Make it so
Yeah.
make a valid, good point, and you know, let's have this discussion. He's very open to having. He was shot in the neck.
really?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, I guess it was broadcast live. Cooper Bogetti
One
saw
video
it happen
shows-
live, and they cut the stream immediately afterwards.
One video shows Kirk being asked about mass shootings before the shot was fired.
Wow.
I hope whoever fucking did this gets fucking death penalty. Man, you need to be so extreme on motherfuckers like this. Like,
Yeah, you need to set an example for everybody else. This person did this. Okay, so this is what's going to happen if you keep fucking around. You're going to find out. This is what
The
happens
only-
when you find
the
out. Death
only-
penalty instantly. We're not going to let you sit in a cell for
the
6
only
months
reason,
to 15 years, instantaneous. Like,
the only reason why I wouldn't say death penalty is only because that's what they would want most of the time. Because most of the time they turn the gun on themselves after they do the mass shooting.
Yeah, extremism needs to be met with extremism.
But if this is just like, oh, we're just gonna isolate them and have them in a cell in this dungeon down forever, cool. Let them rot away in a cell in the, you know, where there's no, they don't get no light, no nothing. You want to be inhuman, you don't get. Yeah, if you want to be inhuman, you don't get human rights.
Yeah, but then you're a burden on the financial system in order to be able to care for you.
Well, that would require us
Yeah,
actually
like I
going
say.
and having to feed and bathe and all that other shit for them. If you're in that hole, you get the bare minimum. You might get some bread. You know
I agree with that. That's not how it works, unfortunately, because
No.
human rights.
Well, again, if you decide to commit inhuman acts, you shouldn't be treated as a human.
Yep. But yeah, no, I wanted to let you know and be like, wait a second, you didn't message me and ask me. I'm like,
Yeah,
I
no.
haven't even heard yet.
Yeah, no, I didn't even know.
Damn.
That was literally just a couple minutes ago. Well, not a
It was
couple,
posted
but
like an hour ago.
I
so
mean,
it was
like
maybe
it was
90 minutes ago.
12:20 local time, so like an hour ago. No,
Yeah,
sorry, 2 hours
an
ago.
hour
2
ago.
hours ago. Sorry, because they're an hour behind or ahead. So it was 11:20 here when it was 12:20 there.
Jesus.
Yeah, that is so fucking wild. He is in critical condition and it doesn't look good.
No.
University says one shot was fired from 200 yards away. Bullshit.
Yeah, there'd be a small hole. He'd be alright.
Well, no, 200 yards away. So you're saying this man pulled out a sniper and bopped him?
Yeah, missed Trump.
I don't get this.
Yeah, shit doesn't make sense. Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Well, that's some wild shit. Lurka-dirka-dirk. What up, Ash? Sorry, dude. Just heard this fucking Charlie Kirk got shot in the fucking neck today.
Active, engaged way. And we have seen how violence has continued to break through in this particular season of our political and national dialogue. And we've seen it over time, where those figures who do have a way of both galvanizing and angering those in public become targets. And that is apparently what we believe is the likely scenario here. As we understand it at this point, there is no suspect in custody, therefore motives cannot be determined about what happened here. We've been working with our law enforcement sources, our political sources. Always important to remind people, and Tom certainly outlined this, and our coverage is doing the same. These are chaotic circumstances. There will be individual witnesses who will see and perceive things. They'll have one thread of the puzzle. There will be others who might be swept up, whether taken into custody or a part of getting information to law enforcement, and it simply takes time to try to discern what was going on here. And there's been limited information from an official source. We've been talking to the highest levels of the Justice Department and law enforcement, and they are just not in a position yet to move this forward in terms of a better understanding of who may have been responsible or what the status is. And then, of course, there is also the separate track of waiting for any update on the medical condition of Charlie Kirk. We have seen an outpouring, which is in and of itself almost a measure of the kind of impact he has had in his young adult life. He's in his early 30s, married, father of small children, in the sense that there are so many prayers coming forward. He often talks about his faith, and certainly in a religious community of those who are believers and politically active, there are a lot of prayers being offered for Charlie Kirk, also from across the political spectrum. People who believe that violence is never the appropriate response to active and engaged political discourse. So you've got liberals and office holders across the scale responding, offering prayers and concern for Charlie Kirk. We are in a moment, Kristen. You and I have covered so many of these instances. I can also remember going all the way back to Gabby Giffords, who I had covered in Congress, and then she was the subject of an assassination attempt in a shooting in Arizona all those years ago that killed a number of people. She has been a valiant survivor of gun violence. And then, of course, earlier we saw the attack on the Minnesota state lawmakers. We've seen the other attempts, and obviously we have extensively covered the attempts on the life of President Trump. So we are in a point where violence is taking hold in our political space, and right now, as these events are unfolding, we're trying to be measured and careful about getting the facts and bringing our audience the details that we can report, and acknowledging we have many questions still to go as we are reaching out to our sources and trying to gain more information. Kristen? Kelly O'Donnell continuing to cover
How
all
are ya?
angles of this horrific day. Conservative activist Charlie
Watch your
Kirk
back.
has been shot at an
Safe
event
travels.
in Utah. Speaker Mike Johnson says
Off
he's
with
about
you.
to call for a moment of silence on the House floor for Charlie Kirk. He is calling on everyone to condemn political violence. He's asking for prayers, and he has said, quote, "This has to stop." As we await that, I want to go now to Taylor and Haley Dufour, who witnessed today's incident. They joined me by phone. Thank you both for being here. I am so very sorry for the horror that you have witnessed today.
Thank you.
Taylor, let me start with you. What exactly did you see today? What unfolded?
Everything was going great. It was actually a fun event. Things were going great. The conversation was calm, and then it just happened out of nowhere. And the only thing I could think at the time was to get my wife to the ground and get on top of her, and just look around and see if there was anybody else who needed help. And it was everything we could to just get out of there. And there were a lot of women and children and people that were just, in chaos mode, just scared for their life.
Haley, did you actually see Charlie Kirk get shot?
Not get shot, but we saw him fall out of his chair.
And Taylor's describing the horror, the fear that everyone felt. He says he jumped on top of you. What was going through your mind while this unfolded?
It's really hard to think, but you just kind of stare at everyone around you and you hope that they're looking for the shooter and they're all okay around you. And you just look for an exit and you wonder, you see a man who looks maybe of like past military experience and he's telling everyone to lay on the ground. But you just want to crawl or run to the exit. You don't know what to choose. You don't know whether to run past the mom with her 3 little girls. And then you see teenagers on their phone alone crying. The only thing you can do is just ask if everyone's okay and just keep running. There should never be this much hate that people in a public setting have to fear for their life.
You're absolutely right, Haley. There just should never be this much hate. It's so well put at a moment of such grief for you. Taylor, talk about why you wanted to be there. Charlie Kirk is known for these events where he's fostering public debate. He's taking questions. They may be tough questions. They may be questions he likes, questions he doesn't like. But talk about why you wanted to be there and the importance of these events.
We've followed him for a long time. We both try to look at everything we can on for political views. We just love Charlie. He brings a great crowd. He brings a great, a lot of good people together. He's got a great, honest opinion, and I feel like he's. I don't know. We just love him. We love everything about Charlie. He's incredible.
And Haley, he's a young father, and I think everyone right now across the country is just praying for him and praying for his family. When you think about his impact not only on this society, on our political universe, but on his family, what goes through your head?
We literally pulled into the event and said, we hope his wife makes him sit behind bulletproof glass because we can't trust people. And I couldn't allow my husband to go and sit in a stadium full of people and you're just one sitting duck. You don't know. My boys are teenagers. They follow Charlie. They like how he's honest, and he doesn't have to yell to get his side across, and he engages teenagers to think for themselves. I think that's how we all should be.
Taylor, we are hearing reports, to Haley's point, he doesn't look like he was sitting behind bulletproof glass, and I'm hearing reports that there wasn't security to get into the event. Can you help us understand, was there security? Did you have to get checked out by authorities before you walked in?
No, there was no security. There were no metal detectors. Anybody in the world could park anywhere around the university and walk right in. So yeah, it's just incredible that, like we actually talked about, how can he bring so much debate and have, he does have a lot of haters. There's a lot of people who don't agree with him or who don't like him. And so we talked about on the way there, we're like, it's incredible that we're able to bring two different political views or two different types of humans or whatever together, and we don't have to sit and stress and worry about that happening. And then this happens. It's really sad.
Haley, the fact that you said walking into this event, I hope he's sitting behind bulletproof glass, and then you're walking into this event and realizing, as Taylor just laid out, there wasn't security. Is that upsetting to you? What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, it is upsetting to me. I wish we didn't have to think that way. I love that he's never had to think that way, feeling safe and comfortable, especially in Utah. I wish we didn't have to be afraid to be in public and speak political views.
On that point, Taylor, Haley, I think, makes such a profound point. We should be able to have political discourse without political violence. The fact that this is taking place, the 2 assassination attempts against President Trump, the lawmakers in Minnesota, it has to end.
It does have to end. We love everybody. That's how the world should be, and everybody should be able to be and choose what they want. And yeah, the violence needs to stop. There's too much violence. There's too much hate. There's too much, division in the world.
Haley, if you could just talk to this whole country, people who take their political views too far, what is your message to people today, having lived through and witnessed this horror that you have?
After witnessing what I witnessed today, it was even hard to think about myself. I just looked at the teenagers in the face and how scared they were, and I wish we could all be emotionally responsible and mature and protect those around us and know that that could be our child. I'm grateful I didn't bring my children. I'm so grateful they didn't come. I wish our country could pull together and protect each other and help each other.
You're grateful your kids didn't come. What are you going to tell your kids about this day, Haley?
I honestly don't know how to tell them. I want to tell them they're not allowed to go to concerts. I thought Utah was better than this.
Go with honor.
We were born and raised here. I won't let them go to political events.
Great to meet you. Safe travels.
That's that.
Taylor, what is it you want your children to know in the wake of this day?
I immediately called my son because I was actually filming, and then I was filming. I'm like, hey dude, we're at the Charlie Kirk, because he was going to come with us, and I sent him a video, and right after I sent that video, I put my phone in my pocket, and then that's when the shot was fired. And so it was immediately, as soon as we got out, it was please don't. I had to call him and say, please don't come. There's obviously been a shooting, and it's just sad because him and all of his buddies are like, man, we love those rallies. We would love to be able to go, and can't believe it. It's sad that this world can't just get along.
Taylor and Haley Dufour, I don't know how you found the strength to talk to us, but we are so grateful to have your perspective, and we are so sorry for what you have.
What can I do for you?
And we really appreciate it.
See you soon.
Thank you both so very much.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Tom Winter. Tom, so painful to hear from those 2 witnesses.
What's
can hear
on
how
your
shaken
mind?
They are. This has
Watch your
clearly
back.
changed them, changed their view of participating in one of the most important parts of this country, which is
You
political
got my
discourse and
attention.
these types
Off
of
with
political
you.
rallies. But they said something that was so, I think, important as we move forward, which is that they said there wasn't security at this event. Tom, what are you hearing about that?
Yeah, I want to get to
What
that in
can
a
I do
second,
for
Kristen.
ya?
I did want to tell you that the President of the United States has apparently talked to the New York Post, asked if Kirk was in the hospital. I'm just going to read right from the article. President Trump told the Post somberly, quote, "He's not doing well." Pause.
Aye.
Yes, it looks very
Watch your
bad,
back.
end quote, adding that he was feeling, quote, not good about the shooting. He says he was a very, very good friend of mine and he was a tremendous person. All of that, according to President Trump to the New York Post, apparently speaking with him after this incident. So, from a security perspective, you know, Kristen, I think those interviews that you just did with the eyewitnesses, your reflection on those interviews after you stopped speaking with them, and then into the security is the big question, because obviously we're looking at a scenario here where now our political events, the same thing. I mean, I remember hearing the exact same thing, sitting in the exact same studio on July 13th of last year. Excuse me, after then candidate, now President of the United States, Donald Trump, was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. The exact same sentiments were uttered there by the people that had to witness that, hear those gunshots, and were in the crowd. Now we're hearing them again today. That was an event with Secret Service protection. Now you start to go out. This wasn't even a political event. Certainly, he's a conservative commentator. He's talking about politics. He's talking about things in society for certain, but this is not somebody who's actively running for office. So when you're in a scenario now where people talking about things and having a dialogue and a discourse, he's obviously got a lot of followers, obviously has a lot of support, and he's got his detractors for sure. That if we're at a point where people can't have these types of open discussions on a campus, where he's fielding questions from people that are coming up to the stage just 10, 20 feet from him and asking questions in a microphone, if you can't have those type of discussions in an open society without some sort of a Secret Service level protection, that's going to be a big problem going forward, because the cost of that is, as you well known from covering so many political events through your career, is enormous. So that's a big question going forward. I think it appears that he had some personal security that was there. According to the university, that security was involved in getting him off the stage quickly after he was fired upon. But all the security in the world, depending upon the type of event and the arrangement, is not necessarily going to help you unless you hard lock down areas. I think it just raises enormous questions for us going forward here. I mean, we've seen incidents just in the last year or two, where we've had the Speaker of the House at the time, Nancy Pelosi, an individual get inside of her home and attack her husband. I mean, that's a situation where you would think security would be quite high, just given the high-profile nature of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, let alone somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who had been in Congress for so long and certainly was a polarizing figure to some. So, yes, huge security questions going forward. Law enforcement is acutely aware of the threat. This is going to be a response that's going to need more than just more police.
That's so wild.
Mrs. underscore stoner underscore says, hey baby, I'm waiting for the bus to go to work. I'll call you when I get there.
Hey baby, I'm waiting for the bus to go to work. I'll call you when I get there. Alright. So, babe, Charlie Kirk just got shot in the fucking neck at a fucking university in Utah. That's so crazy. Yeah, Charlie Kirk's the guy that he's pretty right wing, but he'd sit down and have open discussions with kids, students, and argue points. But he left it as an open mic where if you wanted to come say something to him, you could come say something. You can argue your point. Maybe you'll make a point where he'll be like, you know what, you're right. But he was good at arguing. Now, he may not make it. All because people get too up in their fucking feelings to have just a normal conversation about shit. It's fucking stupid. It's frustrating. It's so wild. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Blood and thunder. Victory. Nabu.
Yeah. Wow. That's wild. So he may have just passed. I don't see nothing about him being dead. Oh, there we go. Less than a minute ago.
like how you're not. How now that you're not talking about Twitch wants to lag. I heard what you said though. It just keeps freezing. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I. This is just crazy. Seconds before Charlie Kirk was shot, he was heard on video answering questions about transgender mass shooters in America.
Yes, is that fair to say? All right, great. So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Man, that is so wild.
smoke ground.
That's still That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's too far away. I can't cast it. That's still recharging. I can't cast it. That's still recharging. That spell is ready. I can't cast that yet. I can't cast that yet.
Relax.
Mukra! For the Horde!
I need to get closer. I can't pass that yet. That's still recharging. I can't pass that. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. I can't pass that yet. I can't pass that yet. That's still recharging. That's still recharging.
I was just seeing what's going on.
Yeah, I got access.
But yeah, Tears, this shit is fucking wild, bro. But yeah, Tears, this shit is fucking wild, shit, bro. My bad. I forgot to download or turn that down there. People are fucking disgusting sometimes, man.
What can I do for you? Be careful. Light bless you.
Still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Carla's mom had her own that's why I didn't call him that.
Sorry, I missed your call this morning. I didn't even hear it somehow.
You're fine. Love and miss you.
Love and miss you.
You having a good day?
Yeah, are you?
Yeah, decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a sore throat.
I'm sorry, honey.
It's okay. Do you want me to call you later?
Yeah, call me when you get home and you get done with your snack.
Okay, love you.
Love you.
Bye.
That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't loot that. I'm out of range.
What up, buddy? What are you up to? Just grinding on the pally right now. Oh yeah. I'll be on in a couple of hours. I just got back from this will never ever happen again. Ever. Not ever. So not only did I get like upgrade, I got a graphic card upgrade, I got fucking fan upgrades, I got a cooling system upgrade for the water cooler. On top of that, I also said, fuck it, why not? Because if something does happen, because maybe this thing just has AIDS or something and I don't know about it. I got a gaming laptop as well. So. That's fucking funny. Bro, I don't know if you know who Charlie Kirk is. I don't think so. So, he's considered, I guess, right wing, but he's like this dude. He'll go and talk at like college campuses, and people will argue and shit. Yeah, he was in Utah starting out as taking back America.
It's too far away.
Somebody asked him about mass shootings. There's a question that was asked at like right around that time, and he responds, and the guy's like, okay, good. And then he gets shot. He got shot from like 200 yards away. Got hit in the jugular. Damn. Yeah. Which is crazy. I mean, dude is, you know, he's only 30. Dude has like wife, I think 2-3 kids, whatever. And all because people get up in their feelings about politics instead of having a conversation, you know. And he's that guy that's like, don't agree with me, that's fine. Tell me why you don't agree with me. Let's share our ideas. That's his whole thing. It's like, what? Y'all can't just be civilized fucking human beings anymore, or what? No. You can do it now. That's fine. We're like 3 years away from idiocracy.
That's still
It's been there, what do you mean? Like, motherfucking... We got a TV star as president. Everybody's wearing fucking Crocs. And I'm pretty sure they think that they can water their fucking crops. Yeah, but like 3 more years it will be, how come, why you no scannable? So it says here, your shit's fucked up and you talk like a fag. Well, there's that fag talk again. This shit, this shit's just so wild. I don't fucking get it. Like, we didn't grow up in a time like this. Like, people disagreed, and they disagreed that much, they fucking threw fists.
Yeah, dude, I miss those days. Like, I really do. Like, let me just play fucking Knuck If You Buck and plant both of my feet in your fucking chest at a full sprint.
Right.
We'll talk about it later.
No,
Great to meet you. See you soon. Safe travels. Off with you. See you soon. Watch your back.
I got food cooking. It will be done in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna eat.
Yeah.
And then after I eat, I'm gonna plug my laptop in and get that going. So that way it can do all of its, like, software shit that it needs to do while I'm building my desktop.
Yeah. For sure.
But we'll be able to game no ifs, ands, buts, or maybes. Twice. I can have a whole fucking secondary and third account if I need to. What are you running? DPS,
Yes.
times 3 on one computer and a healer on the other.
No, you're
and
wrong.
Brandon's tanking.
You're wrong. What are you running? Yes.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to finally being able to play the healer because I want to get that shit going. Basically, I'll explain my goal. My goal is basically to be so good at healing that I'll switch to DPS because I'm mad at DPS for something so bad. That is my, like, ultimate life goal. I don't know why.
I get it. That's why I like being a paladin. Like, I literally took on a pack of, like, I don't know, like 12 dudes. And
Diesel Gaming says I'm heartbroken for his family.
Oh, you guys were trying to kill me again. Oh, man.
That's not even using lay of hands. Just bad here.
No, I know. This is just flash of light.
I already know. I told you Proud Pally was my shit in this expansion.
Oh, this isn't This is... hold on. This might be red.
I can't attack that target.
Let me double check. Where the hell's my skills? Talents. There we go. Yeah, I'm red.
It's the end.
I'm doing red.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Prot was my shit.
Prot is great, don't get me wrong. It's just, I like doing the DPS. Plus, again, with Ret, I'm still able to heal myself like a motherfucker.
Yeah. Prot, it was just like I had 9 bajillion life, so like even if I was missing a third of life, it's like, that's rogue.
So I'm saying, I'm like, yeah, alright, we'll be fine.
Facts.
Where the fuck? Oh, they're up there. Gotta train these stupid fucking golems by beating their ass.
Gotta love it.
Well, I'm level 52, so I'm working my way.
That's still recharging. That's still recharging.
All of that. It's just a fucking
That
pile.
spell isn't ready yet.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I can't. That spell isn't ready.
Fucking A right, bud. Fucking A right. If I can hit you up here in a bit and let you know where I'm at, I would assume that the fucking laptop is gonna be yeah, I did shortcut. I was like, fucking my desktop's got a fucking Ryzen 9. I guess my laptop should too, right?
Right.
So that should be pretty quick and easy.
Hell yeah.
I can't attack that.
Yeah, I'll hit you up in a bit, bro.
Yeah, sounds good, buddy.
Alright, bro.
Alright, peace.
Bye.
When the man gets so mad at his goddamn shit that he's like, nah, fuck this.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. That spell is too far away. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I'm out of range. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Dude, I'm saying, man. Again, all
What's
because
on your
people
mind?
can't keep their fucking feelings in and talk to somebody who gives a fuck about their feelings. Instead, they're going to take their feelings out on someone who they don't know nothing about other than what they present to the public.
Safe travels.
Need help? For the Alliance.
How are ya? See you soon.
Zug. Strength. Farewell. Strength and honor. Taboo.
I can't attack that target.
Time is money, friend.
I can't attack that. That's still recharging. That spell is I can't attack that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't attack that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't attack that. That spell isn't ready yet.
Speak. Victory! I got what you need! Keep it real!
You come get the voodoo.
Valhalla. Farewell.
King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
Good day to you.
See you around. No! Keep your feet on the ground! Be good. Safe travels. See you soon.
Light be with you. For the Alliance, light bless you. Go with honor, friend. Well met. Be careful. Light bless you.
It's too far away. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready. I can't cast that yet. I'm out of range. That's still recharging. That spell is ready. That's still recharging. I need to get closer. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell is I'm out of range. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. Far away. I need to get closer. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. It's too far away. That's still recharging. I can't. That spell isn't ready. That's That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Excuse me.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance. Light bless you. For the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Be careful. Light bless you. For the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Be careful. Need help? Go with honor, friend. King's honor. Be careful. For the Alliance. Greetings. Light bless you.
Well met. Be good. Safe travel.
Ugh.
You need something? See you later. How are you? Have a good one.
Shit.
too far away. That spell is that's still recharging. That spell is that spell is ending. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I don't have a target. I'm out of range. Charging.
My lord.
been with my partner for 20 years this year, and let me tell you, relationships aren't easy. Even as a therapist, I've learned that loving someone for the long haul means working on yourself just as much as working together. And I want to share a few tips that have made a big difference in my relationship. First, communication isn't just about talking.
Yeah, we're showing, by the way, our affiliate. In Utah and the aftermath of the shooting, you could see people running away pretty quickly, as you would imagine they would do at gunshots. The FBI director, Kash Patel, has weighed in on this. He just tweeted the following: "We're closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and the investigation." Charlie Kirk is a divisive figure, polarizing, lightning rod, whatever term you want to use. Why?
Well, he's one of MAGA's most prominent voices online. He hosts a near daily podcast. He opines on almost everything. He's been very closely aligned with the president since his initial run for office in 2015, 2016. And his ties to Trump really elevated his own brand. He was really quite young as an activist when the president launched his initial campaign, and he has kind of ridden along with MAGA since 2016 and built up a massive, massive brand of his own. His group has brought in tons and tons of money.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Talk to me about the environment.
He trying to justify it? These people are evil, bro.
MSNBC, bro, these people are actual evil. They have no sympathy in their hearts at all. Y'all, Charlie Kirk did a lot for us. He has flown us out to places. He got us introduced to President Trump. And beyond that, he is a good man. He loves the Lord Jesus. And regardless of your political views, if you agree with the man or not, you should never, ever sit there and justify somebody being shot. He might be dead right now, and that's the first thing you say. I'm sorry, but you don't see this happen on the right. This only happens on the left with the media. The media on the right, when someone on the left is attacked or anything like that, which you never really hear happening, but I do not hear this happening. Like when they shot at Trump, they cheered. I've already seen people on No Jumper's Instagram comments saying that they prayed for times like this. And I quote, that is exactly what they said. The hate and the divisiveness is from the left. It is insane. All he would do is debate and prove people wrong. And then they were so sad that they were being wrong that they wished on the man's death. This is sickening. This is evil. And I'm sick to my stomach. And I pray to God that he is alive.
He never once mentioned violence.
Never. He was literally preaching the truth. And the truth, sometimes people don't like the truth. But he would literally just debate and make people look dumb. But he never said anything about violence ever, ever, ever. He's not racist. I've met the man. I've talked to the man myself. He has flown us out with his money, himself. He introduced us to President Trump, himself. This is like, even besides the fact that he's done things for us, this one hits us different, y'all, because we actually have met and talked to this man multiple times. He is a good man. He is a Christian. He believes in Jesus Christ. This is sickening. If anyone out there calls himself a Christian and you justify this, shame on you. Shame on you. This is evil, and I'm pissed off, bro.
Like I haven't wanted to shed a tear all year. Like I actually feel like I want to shed a tear, bro, because this is like. It's like you can't even speak truth anymore, bro. Like, this is literally all he did.
It's literally shut up or die.
I agree with almost everything Charlie said. And that means that any one of us could have got shot. Anybody could have got shot.
People DM'd me yesterday. I opened my DM request and people were saying, F your religion. F Jesus. To me, in my Instagram, people have given us death threats, y'all, for what we do. It is always the left. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make a group statement. Obviously, it's not all the people on the left, but it is typically the left.
Right now, to me, like, this is like a crazy milestone, guys, because it's not about politics anymore, honestly.
It's not, bro. It's about right and wrong.
It's about good versus evil.
That's what it is, bro.
This right here is evil.
We've been seeing a lot of evil lately, bro.
Because it's just ideas. Like, politics is how we think society should be ran, and you get killed. You almost get killed for it.
He might be dead. We don't know if he's dead or not.
He got shot in the neck,
the close video we saw,
it looks like he's gone.
He's dead, or he may never be the same, and that is sickening. Because on the college campuses used to be for the differences of ideas. People were supposed to go there and debate their differences and ideas, and that's what it's supposed to be. In America, you can vote how you vote, and we can disagree, and you're all supposed to live together in harmony. But you cannot sit here and call yourself a decent human if you are happy that another human being was shot and killed possibly.
What I think should have happened to this man immediately, I can't say on YouTube. Because this is the guy that did it. This is insane, man.
He wasn't even there. Bro,
he's old.
Bro, MSNBC gonna say we don't know if it was one of his supporters letting off a shot.
Somebody was cheering.
Are you
Come
kidding
the
me?
hell on,
See, no,
bro.
bro. Actually, I have some extreme shit to say, but I'm gonna just say it because this shit is extreme. Honestly, Trump, you need to go on a mass spree of figuring some, I don't know, doing some crazy shit. Shut MSNBC down after that. Divisive figure. He's actually brought people together. Black people have told us they like Charlie Kirk.
Bro.
And he brought black people to the right.
He doesn't do any hate speech. It's only the other side that does hate speech. They say all Republicans this, all of them that. He just sits there and proves them wrong. He just debates. Why do you say that someone's divisive when they debate and then you're wrong? He will come to the table and talk. He went on Bill Maher's show. He will go on liberal shows.
Yeah, he talked with Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom.
Ideas, bro. It's not like that's all politics is. So it just seemed. Then some people will say, "Oh, we told y'all we need to get rid of the guns." So I bet some people said, "Oh, it happened because it was in a red state." I bet somebody said that. But you know what's a trend here? That is the left that's doing these shootings.
It is, bro. It literally is.
Transgenders
and then they get on there
like this.
and they say he said the dude on MSNBC. Somebody should slap the shit out of him today. He got on there and said, he literally just said, bro.
Fuck,
he literally just said, the dude on MSNBC just said, if you think hateful and talk hateful actions will happen to you. Well, you're thinking hateful and you're talking hateful. So you reap what you sow, sir, and you better be careful.
This man has a family,
don't say it
bro.
like that, though.
I mean, no.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
I didn't say anything but what he said.
No, that's what exactly
you
he
reap
said.
what you sow. Don't say those things.
This man has a family, bro. This was like his job. Like, it's just politics, bro. It's not that. Like, I didn't know this shit gets this deep, bro.
Oh my gosh, bro.
But you know
back
what
in the
I
day, they was killing people.
No, but you know
we're not
what?
in that time no more.
They was killing.
But he's not even in. He doesn't hold a political position
at all. Yeah, he not.
There are plenty of people on the left that do what he does, and they love them.
But the thing is, bro. Back then they probably was doing this shit for money reasons. You know. Some people want to support it.
But they'll still want murder. Violence is never, ever the answer.
You know, you see why they said they killed JFK? Like that I could see, some crazy stuff going on like that. But nowadays, this shit just off the woke mind virus.
It's off the woke mind virus, y'all.
It's not about money no more.
I pray for angels every day because we've gotten death threats.
Bad.
We've gotten death threats. We've gotten DMs. This can happen to pretty much anyone on the right with a voice. But he's not a coward. This is what happens when you're a man and you speak up for the truth. And you say the things that everyone else is thinking but scared to say, like Charlie does.
Guys, the video is very graphic. Like,
the video is god-awful.
It's sickening to
It is sickening. My stomach hurts.
Yeah, I'm really pissed off.
I can't believe this shit, actually. I have so much to say. I'm speaking.
And it's just like, this one, y'all, like, Trump's was bad. Yes.
No, this was bad.
But, like, he got shot in the ear. And like we knew he was okay instantly.
Yeah.
We don't know right now. And we have met and talked. I've sat down and had an interview with this man that is on our channel.
Facts.
This is just
This shit is crazy,
This is
man.
Like this
sickening,
man has took his time
Someone
to
pop
really
in
try
here?
and help us.
Oh, what up, Ian?
Yes, sir.
What's
What up?
Not shit, dude. Just this fucking Charlie Kirk shit, bro.
I low-key knew you were gonna say that.
Like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah. Typical America, bro.
Yeah, it's like get up
Take
in your
another
feelers,
L.
bro. It's like get up in your feelers when it's like, dude, this is about opinions and sharing ideas, and you're like, fuck your ideas,
I mean,
kill you.
the dude who they're saying shot him though, that dude they're saying that's in custody is not the dude who shot him, bro. I'm telling you, because
No. They said somebody was
that
in
was a
custody, and it showed some old dude, but they released a thing
nah.
not that long ago saying they do not have the person in custody, like they said.
Yeah, because that was a sniper shot, bro.
That
Was a that was high caliber.
Well, like 200 yards. They're saying they shot from the building.
Because
200
like if you
yards
watch
is
the
a fucking distance, man. That
you saw
means that
the
they
you
had
saw
to
the
have
close up of like how big when it hit his neck or whatever.
I don't watch that type of shit. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, bro. It's
Don't
watch
it
it.
puts my head into fucking fuck space and shit, so I just don't.
Well, don't watch it. Yeah.
No, I listened to the audio because it like showed all the way up to right before, like on the news, and the conversation he was having, and the guy was like, "All right, good," and then all of a sudden this whack, this crack in the air, and you're like, everybody freaking the fuck out. And my buddy actually had messaged me, and he's like, "Dude, you see this shit?" And he's like, "I saw the video, and it looked like he got shot twice." And I was like, because he was saying how he got hit, but then it looked like something had hit his chest too. And I was like, it could have been the bullet ricocheting, and it, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, probably.
if it's a high enough
Or
caliber,
shrapnel.
or he jerked forward out of reaction. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
whatever it was, it could
Shrapnel too.
I mean, if it hit a nerve when he got shot, it could have literally just been his body reacting to it. But yeah.
I mean, either way, that shit was like high caliber. You could tell that shit was a big ass bullet, like high caliber.
And again, it's just all for people's feelings about shit. It's like, dude, you don't believe in his shit, you don't like his shit, you don't have to go. It's for you to go and argue your point of view, and him to debate you with it. Cool. You don't believe in the same shit. That we all have our different thoughts on how the world should be ran. You know what I mean? So it's like, if my views are different than yours, you're gonna shoot me? Like, what is this? It's just,
Yeah.
It's just, this isn't what America was built on. You know what I mean? Like,
Nah, America's fucked right now.
so stupid, bro. Dude has like, I mean, he was young, dude, 30.
People are so far left now. It's crazy, bro.
That's what I've been saying. It's like, dude, like it's this extremism that's causing even more extremism, and it's like, oh, it'll be okay. No,
It's
'cause
just
you guys are
brainwash.
perpetuating. Well, and it sucks because, people talk about psyops, and I was even talking to my lady about this last night. I'm like, the media and news and everything, they still actively do psyops on people, and people are just too stupid to fucking step back and be like, what the fuck are they saying really? Because you already have MSNBC trying to say, oh, maybe they were shooting, it was one of Charlie's supporters shooting, in the air, blah, blah, blah. Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, what the hell?
Are you like, for real? One of his fucking, followers shooting in the air. When you see that, if it was shot in the air, nobody would have got nailed right then. Sorry. Like, you're fucking stupid. And it's just, dude, even the dude that stabbed the fucking chick on the fucking train. Every major news source, not a single fucking thing on it. It wasn't until people online started saying shit and like, oh, okay, now we have to cover it. You know what I mean? But George Floyd happened, and it was like 1,500 articles about Floyd alone. This man stabs this chick, and even is talking about got that white woman. Like, what? So we're not reporting about that because it goes against the narrative you've been painting for the past however many years now. It's just you sow division by doing this stupid shit.
Yeah, but either way, like I feel like we should have expected something like this to happen, whether he lived or not. So,
I mean, but you shouldn't expect that. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be expected.
of course.
It should be a thing. It's like
That's where we're at, though.
if you want to protest, there's a difference between protesting and then, killing someone because you don't.
Yes, especially killing somebody with kids. Like,
well, I mean, they're the kid of somebody else though too. They're a human
for sure,
being.
but
We all share the same color fucking blood on the inside. Just because we have different outside doesn't mean that we aren't all the same on the inside. Like just because this person's got brown skin, this one's got black skin, I've got white skin. We all bleed the same fucking color. Why are we doing this shit for real? Like we're all human. We're all on this fucking planet spinning through space thousands of miles an hour, and we're stuck up on our feelings. like you realize how insignificant your fucking feelings really are in the grand scheme of things? Shit.
yeah, there's like how many billion people in the world? You think your opinions matter over this person's? Like, no, it doesn't work like that.
It's like, well, your feelings is in consequential to the actual things that go on in this world. You feel some sort of way.
Oh, well.
If you do nothing will change. You want to do something?
Go cry and fetal in the fucking shower.
Like legit though. Like if you don't have the balls to get up and go protest and make your views heard, you don't get to sit there and bitch and cry. You know what I mean? Like that. If you're not out there doing something actively because you want to change shit, just like what's the point? What's the point of you crying about everything, every step of the way? You realize, like, even when president gets elected, it's not the end of the fucking world. They're only there for a short time, and then they're gone. Like, God, it's so frustrating. Dude, even in the UAP fucking hearing yesterday, it was stupid. This chick, you could tell. It was like, tell me you're extreme without telling me you're extreme. But instead of talking about the actual UAP stuff that's going on in front of them, she's like, let me bring in my extreme left rhetoric about the president and how the co-president fucking Elon Musk. Is this bitch fucking stupid? And it's funny because her ass got called out by two people right after that too. One of the other guys from the Congress was like, actually, the things that you were just talking about, that happened under Obama. And then George Knapp is like, left or right, I don't care. This is something that we need to be together on and to get fixed together. He's like, I appreciate your passion, but it doesn't matter if it's left or right. That is the ones in the wrong. We need to fix this. And it's just, stop bringing your fucking feelings into where the laws and shit are made. That's not how it works.
Stay in your lane, bro.
That's what I'm saying. But shit, cheers. I need a smoke, man. This shit is so fucking crazy.
I was just gonna ask you what's going on with WoW, because I know you were progressing.
Oh yeah, no. Sorry. Homie, just wanted to get down on games and shit, and they're trying to find stuff. I was like, well, I don't got WoW, but I mean, if you want to do some private server, we're gonna do that. And then he was like, because I told him, I was like, after I get paid, fuck it, dude, I'll grab another month of time and I'll play with you on WoW. And so he was downloading this shit, and he was like, you know what? Nah, fuck this. We're just gonna cut out the middleman. He's like, because there's no sense in switching from WoW to go play WoW and level up again. So he gifted me like 2 months game time.
Nice.
Yeah, so while he is not on, I'm grinding on my main because I was at cap last time I played in Classic. I haven't played for a minute now, so I have to go through all this shit. So I can get out to miss.
Yeah, I'd definitely be on Classic more than retail now. That's for sure.
Well, Classic is just it throws back to that era of when things were great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Burning Crusade, fucking Wrath. I mean, those were the years that my fucking Pally was just a fucking beast. Like back in the day, we'd be running our group, you know, with the homies, and we'd all be leveling up together. I'd always play one on the side just because I do better just grinding on my own. Like when we're grinding together, yeah, we'll get shit done quick, but not everybody's in it for a couple hours at a time. So it's just like, all right, well, I'm gonna keep leveling. So I had a paladin I made as a main that I had capped and geared and shit. And so we'd be out in the world and it's open PvP. Motherfuckers would be coming and fucking with us. Like there was this one time, this Tauren dude, this Tauren warrior came in and he was just fucking with us nonstop. And we're like easily like 10 levels lower than him or whatever. So we're just getting our shit tossed. And I was like, you know what, bro? Fuck this. Popped onto my Pally, flew over to where we were questing, found the fucking Tauren and just fucking kept murdering him. Just every time he came back, I murdered. And I was slowly getting to where his graveyard was for the Horde. And I was just getting closer and closer. And then as soon as I got to the graveyard, every time he spawned, I just fucking killed him. And so I was just sitting there at the thing. And I was like, shouldn't have fucked with us, bro. You could have fucked off after killing us a couple times, got your jollies off. Hey, there you go. I killed some noobs. You know, but you had to keep going. So fuck you. Now I'm going to sit here until you log the fuck off. I was petty as fuck, bro.
Hell yeah.
Do I even have you on Blizz?
I probably have to add you because I low-key, my old account got, like, lost. So I didn't start a new one, like, not that long ago.
I don't have anything that even would resemble your name.
Dispirited, I think, is the name.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Probably not.
Add friend. Friends of friends.
Commanders or Skins play tomorrow.
Do they? Oh yeah, they do. Huh?
Yeah, they play the Packers.
Packers, yeah. I just forgot that they had a Thursday game this week, not a weekend game.
It's gonna be a hard game to win.
Bro, like you said, since what, 88 or whatever? That's wild.
Yeah.
I mean,
everybody's picking the Pack to win too, so hopefully it'll flip.
Bro, I putting money on Skins and they win, bro. See, I'll just keep sending my luck with you, man. You could just while you're watching, I'll be sending all that luck. You got to hang on to it and use it while you're watching.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you my battle.net.
Yeah, every few few minutes, I was checking in on the score, and I just saw, as soon as I saw it was like, you know, just dominating in the half, I was like, yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. Let's see here.
But yeah, I'll get on tonight. 11.
Yeah. 1, 9. should be Shant. Yeah, man. We just created new characters, so we're just cruising on that when he gets on. What level is your guy?
I don't even know. I have a few. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Yeah, it's like because we'll be grinding, so we'll still be lower levels until for like probably a few days at least.
I mean, I don't even know what server you're on. If you're not on Mancrook, I'm sure I'll have to just start new.
Oh yeah, we're on Paggle.
So it's all.
Yeah, we're on Paggle.
So I'll just start new, and once I get home or whatever.
If it is open, I thought I'd seen it closed. I could be wrong.
What do y'all need right now? Like for if you do battlegrounds or whatever, like what do you need?
I'm tanking, he's healing, and so like I mean, shit, with how Pallies are.
So just a DPS.
DPS is definitely. Yeah. I mean, I think with my guy, I'd gone hunter so I could have a tanky pet and shit and still do some damage.
You're a hunter?
Like, I got a hunter right now that I just freshly made. I was like, once we hit 50, or where
Because a hunter isn't really a tank.
No. But you can, with how they have the pets, you can make them tenacity, ferocious, defensive, whatever it is. Like, so you can make any of them a tank essentially. But there's some pets that have special abilities that I'm going to be looking for that are kind of good to use in a team if you're missing a certain person.
Yeah.
So I was just aiming for that. I think it was a bear or a boar I had to grab. But yeah, once we get up to where my paladin is, I'll probably end up just switching back to my paladin because I prefer Pally.
Are you playing like classic, or are you playing like Pandaria right now?
Mr. Pandaria.
For sure. All right, so I'll probably just make a monk then.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, monks you're gonna start in a different area altogether.
Yeah, they're overpowered in Pandaria.
Yeah, we'd made humans because we're going alliance.
Because then I can heal a little bit too. I can do damage and heal type shit.
See, I haven't done the monk class ever.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I've seen one of my homies did monk. It wasn't.
Oh yeah, you're alliance too. Shit.
Yeah.
I'm like never alliance, but it's fine.
Bro, either am I, except for when I play with homie.
Yeah.
Literally, I'm always
I'm horde.
Always horde. I know everywhere on the horde to go to when it comes to leveling.
Yeah.
This is
That's fine though. I'll just make that.
Times in a long time that I've actually used an alliance and gotten
Alliance.
far again.
Yeah, I'll just make that my alliance server.
Oh, yeah. Where are we going now? This way. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's good times. Like, it definitely brings back the early year vibes that we used to go enjoy. Oh, that bitch is that way. All right, let's go. Fuck these guys up.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Yeah, it is. See, I'm going ret right now. Once I get further in, I'll probably switch it to prot. I enjoy prot pally, but when it comes to leveling, like ret is just better, I feel.
That's still recharging.
Plus, it's not like I fucking die. Like my self heals like are fucking broken half the time, you know. Like, that shit just healed me 6,000. It's supposed to heal me for like between 3.2.
Well, what is going? Hell yeah, guy. Them pallies be going crazy.
I could solo pretty much anything. It just I have to be smart on my
But yeah, I'll catch you tonight, guy. When I'm in, I'll definitely hit you up.
Yeah, bro. Let me know. We will be grinding on it. Yeah, I mean, you can just pop in. Honestly, it don't matter.
Yeah, I will.
Word, man. We'll catch you when you.
It's too far away. That's still
Well met. Be careful. Light bless you. Greetings for the Alliance.
Huh. Where is this guy? Hold on, let me find out what's going on with the powder here. It's been a minute.
We just caught up a second ago. We stopped at the grocery store. He's pooping.
Wow. That's swell. I'm sure she's glad you told me. That's so funny. That's funny.
But yeah, I'll have her right back in a minute. I'm just starting to look at her assignments too.
Did you hear about what happened today? University.
When? Recently? Like today or?
Today with like the government.
2. 1, 2.
He went. They said we've both been dancing all this time. What a coincidence.
I put my shoes on your moon.
I love you so much.
Stop coming to my work drunk!
I'll see you later.
This is my job! I have to be here so you stop coming to work! What are you doing? You can't...
Jaming68 says Rip Charlie man fucking sucks. What happened?
Bro, yeah, I'm blown away. Dude, legit, man.
Jaming68 says I saw the up close shot of what happened, dude, like I saw the shot hit and everything, and it's insane.
I saw the up close shot of what happened, dude. I saw the shot hit and everything, and it's insane. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I won't watch it just because, one, out of respect, but two, I can't watch those kinds of things without putting myself in this shit headspace. Dude, for sure, rip him. All over some political views, man. Can't have some freedom of speech anymore, I guess. last I checked, the United States of America was built on the fact that there are different views on everything, and the fact that you have the right to have those views, those thoughts. And guess what? If you are strong-willed enough, you could push to have those thoughts made into laws, regulations, etc. You'd vote for the fucking president. They'd do the things you're hoping they would do, hopefully. And if not, you're like, well, fuck that guy. We're going to vote for a different person. You know, like, that is what we're built on. Having different fucking views. Religion, politics, shit, sports teams. But hey, let's just kill people because I'm in my feelings because I said something or you said something I don't like. And people saying this stupid shit like, oh, it's poetic justice. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Are y'all fucking retarded? You gotta be straight retarded. Right. Fucking insane. These same people preaching no guns, killing people with guns. Like, for real, man, he had a family and kids, man. He didn't deserve to go out like that. The people that are cheering and talking shit about it are dumb as fuck. Man, he was a human being and no human should die like that besides child molesters because fuck them. Yeah, no. I mean, technically, this was at a school, so it's still considered a school shooting too. You know what I mean? But this idiot's like, live by the sword, die by the sword. It's literally exactly. That's like I say. Person responds, say that to our military. That's exactly what happens. No one should be joining our military anyway. If any of the young men and women joining knew how little the country that they die for cares about them, maybe if they knew, they realized there's no reason to be joining. Charlie was pro-gun activist and died by the exact thing he is so proactive about. Call it that poetic justice. No one had this much of an issue with children in schools dying because that's old news, right? No one writing long posts about them because that's old news, right? Oh well, they just seem to do that every day. Who's gonna write about it? Charlie dies and suddenly we have a lot to say now? Bullshit. Charlie was a self-proclaimed Christian nationalist. Then Jesus said to him, put your sword back in its place, for all those who habitually draw the sword will die by the sword. I'm like, people who say shit like poetic justice are idiotic.
every person defending their right to bear arms deserves to be shot. Not that these people need mental help who are doing the shooting. It's been said for years when it was in schools and they didn't do anything then to push for better mental health services. And then it keeps happening. But now in the political sphere, but it's poetic justice. The far left was cheering when the president was shot and people angry when he didn't get killed. Last I checked, having a different political view doesn't give someone the right to kill you just because they're in their feelings. We were built on the foundation of having the right to have different views on shit. If you don't like how it is, vote and rally to convince others. Taking up weapons and shit isn't the answer. Yeah, that's not poetic justice because he based his reason on why we should be allowed guns to defend against foreign domestic terrorists and hunting. Like, yeah, it's like his view is, that. I was like, so tell me how it's poetic. Unless you're agreeing that the person shooting them is a terrorist and that someone else with a gun should have shot them too. I just don't get how people are so little-brained and fucking retarded. I just don't get it. It drives me nuts. It drives me fucking nuts. Still haven't heard back. Where the fuck is it? That's true. Very true. It just blows my mind, man. Yep, 100%. Let's find out that it's a trans person because that's what they were just talking about in that moment. It wasn't the old dude. They had a picture of a guy, and then they said that they do not have the suspect in custody. That wasn't the guy. But yeah, oh yeah. So I typed a bit more here. Because Charlie's views on guns are to have them against foreign and domestic terrorists and for hunting. So tell me, how is it poetic? Unless you are agreeing that the person shooting them is a terrorist and that someone else with a gun should have shot them too. To be disingenuous as making a Bible verse into your point just shows how little you understand about what was said. Jesus making a call for nonviolence, even if it was to protect him, even when his followers were being attacked. And the message serves as a warning about the cycle of violence, and those that employ violence will eventually be destroyed by it as well. So where was Charlie killing people? Where was he shooting people? Because the scripture is talking about physical harm, and what you're talking about is people's feelings about a subject. Hold on, I gotta make sure. Yeah, no, 100% here. I'm gonna it's on my neighbor's shit, so I'm gonna go make sure I can say this shit before I post it, because I don't want to upset. She was saying pretty much the same shit as I was, so I was like, I don't think she'll have an issue. Here, let's go like this really quick. I'll go ask her, make sure it's okay before I post it.
And y'all just say he's just racist because y'all
help
don't agree.
everybody.
Help
United
America.
States. Yeah, like.
Hold on. See, this one says person of interest in custody now. But See, initially they said that it was one person. Then they said that, oh, we don't have the person in custody. And then now they're saying they do. Yeah, so we will find you, we will try you, and we will hold you accountable for the furthest extent of the law. The person of interest is currently being interviewed. But yeah, a person of interest in custody, that was an hour ago. But it was like a while ago that, like a couple hours ago, they were saying a suspect held earlier was released because he was not the accurate person of it. Yeah, see, this is right here. But then he was booked for obstruction of justice. So, I mean, that old man was probably arrested, but not for being the shooter.
And it just is crazy, man. It's just like, when, you know, if people like, there was somebody like in the streets that, you know, that get killed, we know that's going to happen. This dude's doing nothing but right following Jesus. He got a family. He talk about the nuclear family, like
he
doing
preaches the truth.
Right.
He says the truth, even though people don't like it. And you don't have to agree with every single thing he says, but you do have to respect that he's authentic and he says what he thinks.
So we gotta call it.
He
how
went
we
on
see
George Janko's show.
I know we gotta call it how we see it. It's an attack on Christians.
It's been one.
Yeah, we gotta call it how we
Christianity
see it, guys.
is the most persecuted religion.
I'm gonna be real, guys. If Trump start taking extreme repercussions on violent people, you know, it's needed, guys, because people have to get terrified. Because I don't know, man. Like, what did he feel like he took one for America, brother? America voted. We know America. You know, like, y'all not seeing what America wants.
They do this and they say the right is divisive. Charlie Kirk is divisive.
Like, the left isn't winning anymore. It's never gonna win anymore. So I don't understand what was even.
How is the right divisive? You will never see someone on the right saying, I would not associate with someone on the left because of their views. It's only the people on the left who say that about the people on the right. And it's the media. Remember, like the media. We saw what MSNBC just said.
My boy from the crowd. This shit is crazy, man.
Nah, the media incites violence.
Wow.
Look at this.
He's a good guy, man.
He is a great man. He is a real patriot. And he speaks the truth, that he is brave. That's what happens when you speak the truth. That's what happens. They said, literally, the left says, shut up. Not everyone again, but the elites are saying, shut up or die.
Shit is insane.
They told Trump that. They told him that.
Yeah, man, that's what I think, bro. But it's like, if you guys are wrong, then y'all evil. Y'all are just straight up evil. Y'all believe in aborting the baby. Hey, when the baby got a heartbeat, y'all are evil. This is literal. But we seen the evil thing that they put in the Capitol. We seen that. That was the day I knew. Yeah. When they put the Satan-looking statue in the Capitol,
in the Olympics,
I knew.
And that, all that. Yeah, man.
I knew it then. That's when I said, oh yeah, I know what we dealing with here. People can say it's just politics.
It's deeper than that now, bro.
But nah.
It's a spiritual warfare. It's spiritual warfare. I'm hot, bro.
Shit,
and
man.
I've already seen comments of people say, I saw on the No Jumper Instagram post about this.
People are idiots.
Somebody commented, I used to pray for times like this, and it had a bunch of likes. That is the deepest level of hate. And y'all will say that the right is divisive and Charlie Kirk is divisive. When has Charlie Kirk wished death on someone?
Damn.
I'm really sick to my stomach.
Nah, this shit's gonna affect us all a long time. Like, I don't know, man.
When you speak the truth
about this one, speechless. Let me find my boy, man.
I posted. I took a screenshot of our thumbnail with them.
He should be right here.
I think it wasn't posted. We didn't post it.
Yeah, we did. Oh, for sure we did.
Keep going down.
And you know what's crazy about this?
There was.
They didn't even use this as a photo op. They
didn't
never
use
posted.
this.
This was just off the love.
Charlie
Kirk did this off the love.
Yes, but he let us get introduced to President Trump.
Off the love.
Right there.
Damn, bro. This shit's crazy, man.
Sickening.
Well, guys, I mean, I don't know, man. We just gonna keep looking on X, seeing the updates, guys. I mean,
I pray he survives.
I'm not gonna say, I pray he survives too. I'm not gonna say anything about it, but the video does look very bad.
It looks horrible. It's sickening, bro.
Talking about, we don't know if it was a person letting off a shot for a celebration.
Come on, bro.
Trump, please.
Come on.
Get rid of these. MSNBC down. We have to. After this one, it's all right, that's too far. All right, y'all want to argue political points, but come on now. Come on now. When you got shot, Trump, they were saying that shit was fake.
It was a coup. It was for political power. This shit is insane, bro.
Let us know what y'all think about it, though, guys. This shit's crazy.
I didn't think that Factor could help me reach my protein goals. Boy, was I wrong. Free high protein breakfast for a year? Yeah, that's real. Every meal's loaded, ready in minutes, and tastes unreal. I don't have to track macros or plan meals. Factor does it all for me. And the breakfast, so good. These pancakes are delicious and they're packed with protein. More protein, better food, less work. Sign up now and get 50% off your first box, plus free high protein breakfast for a year.
Old Spice body wash, free of parabens, full of main character scent.
There has got to be a reason why happiness among young adults has declined over the past 30 years, with lifetime milestones that were once easier to achieve now seeming more and more out of reach for people in my age group. Just turned 29, by the way. With this then leading people my age to experiencing midlife crises before they turn 30. The water is rising and everyone seems to be looking for a life preserver. And I tell you what, there's a guy who's making them and selling them at a 500% markup. And he is the man behind the death of the American dream via 1,000 paper cuts. There's a lot going on right now. You've probably heard of all of it. We're gonna be talking about it. Specifically, why everybody hates Larry Fink. Institutional investors in 2025 now control up to 25% of single-family rental markets in major cities. And this number goes up as these institutional investors purchase up to 1/3 of homes that enter the market in some regions. Electricity bills have surged by 26% or more since 2021 and are up 5.5% since only last year. Health insurers are now denying claims en masse using AI and algorithms with error rates of up to 90%, which the insurer ultimately reverses after an appeal. Just deny everybody. And then when someone's actually dying and they say, "Can you please help?" Say, "Well, I guess, as long as you don't shoot our CEO anymore or whatever." On top of all this, Americans are financing groceries through buy now, pay later services at record rates. I cannot believe that these are real things. These are not conspiracy theories, by the way. These are all documented things, and all of the things that led to this are documented corporate strategy that has been a part of our free enterprise for the last 50 years. United Healthcare, a company you've probably heard of, is known for its highest denial rate, which is tied, by the way, with another health insurer. This denial rate is nearly twice the industry average, and in 2024, the CEO of United Healthcare earned $10.2 million before he was assassinated. BlackRock holds 11.9% of an entity called American Homes for Rent, with a 4 in the name. This company buys homes and then rents them out to people so you can live somewhere. You know, if you don't have enough money to own a home, because it's expensive to own a home. Thanks to the good old folks down at Homes for Rent, or whatever the name of it was, you can pay for a property that you'll never own. They are the controlling influence for over 59 1,000 homes. This information came from 2023, and that number is still rising. Private equity firms, or P firms, as I call them, have accumulated trillions of dollars in assets. By the way, these are private equity firms. All of this while wages have stagnated for decades. We have graphs to show you. In fact, private equity assets under management were worth $600 billion in the year 2000, but grew 1,600% to over 9.7 trillion by 24. So we've covered a few topics. What links housing, healthcare, energy, and even groceries together? Comment down below. Just kidding. I don't have time to read your stupid comments. What links these things is that each one has been transformed from a necessity that can be afforded to most in some form or another into now an asset class. All of these things are ways to make money without actually just taking money and then giving a product, or building a house and then just you own the house. So there's a bit of a systematic extraction of wealth from necessities to make more money. The necessities being housing, utilities, healthcare, and food. All these things have created a generation where home ownership at age 30 is dropping and has dropped drastically, as homes have become nearly twice as expensive for millennials as they were for baby boomers in their 30s. And this is a complete and total fact. My parents built their first house for $90,000 in 2001. Things have changed so drastically, but of course, baby boomers will say, "Well, you just have to work, youngin'." Hey, man, it isn't that easy. Chum Lee from Pawn Stars, it is that easy. You do have to work, obviously, but it's like there are things at play. There are actually genuine evil things at play that are extracting every cent out of us, and you can't be that ignorant to not see it. TBH. 37% of Americans right now in this year cannot afford a $400 emergency expense. You've probably heard of that stat before, or something along the lines of it. What we're seeing is
let's turn that off here. What the hell?
We reached our new subs goal of 10. Thank you, everyone.
There's a new sub goal of 10. What the fuck? Since when? Where? What? Where is it? I don't understand. Where the fuck did I get a follow? I'll put back up the... What's up, Tack? Dude, it's been a minute. Oh, did you subscribe? Oh. That's so funny. I didn't even, I was like, it said follower. I was like, where's the follow? I don't understand. That's funny. Well, hey, I appreciate you, man. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, duty.
Reality, part perception, part deception, and there's facts that are then fueling conspiracy, and the conspiracy is masking the facts and the perception and the deception. It is very complicated, and it all makes perfect sense when you learn about it. So how much of this is real, and how much of this is a coordination from corporations to raise costs and parallel greed, and why hasn't there been government policy to stop this? What percentage of it is a conspiracy theory, and how likely am I to die within the next 7.5 months? Pretty likely. And also, is this unique to America, or is this happening worldwide? We'll answer all those questions, probably. First, we have to go way back. How did we get to this point? Let us start with the 2008 financial crisis and housing market crash that took the legs right out from underneath America. During this crisis, millions of families lost their homes. Over 2.3 million homes had at least one foreclosure filing, accounting for 1.8% of all housing units compared to 700,000 in 2006, which represented 0.6% of all housing units. That is an insane increase in a very short amount of time. And this was because adjustable rate mortgages saw payment increases as the cracks in the system became visible before it broke. And the delinquency rate on single-family residential mortgages skyrocketed from 3.1% in Q4 2007 to 11.48 by Q1 in 2010. That is unbelievable as well. Equity and ownership in these homes was wiped out as the values of the homes plummeted by as much as 20% between December 2006 and December 2009, and much more in areas that were hit the hardest, such as Phoenix, Arizona. Phoenix saw a drop of up to 60% in value during the 2008 housing crisis. So you have so many families that had poured their savings into property that suddenly saw their net worths erased, and not because they couldn't pay their mortgages, but rather because the system just tumbled from underneath them. With their net worths being erased, the future that they'd planned to pass on to their children, that was erased as well. Then there was mass unemployment, which only exacerbated the issues further. The Great Recession, as it is known as now, saw unemployment peak at 10% in October 2009 before beginning to stabilize and trend back down. The toll on Americans, both financial and psychological, was immense. You probably can remember, if you're my age, driving around with your parents being like, hey, can we go get food? And your parents are like, I haven't worked in 3 months. We don't have any money. So no. And many watching this happen in real time lost trust in real time of the system, feeling that it was completely rigged, as they watched the banks that had quite literally caused the collapse receive massive bailouts while ordinary families were left to fend from themselves. This is now referred to as the Great Bailout of 2008 and 2009, and Congress set aside $700 billion to buy bad assets or toxic assets from financial institutions in the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act, the ESA of 2009. And meanwhile, in 2012, borrowers who lost their homes due to foreclosure by these banks received approximately $2,000 each in a direct payout as a result of the national mortgage settlement. So, hey man, sorry you lost your home. Here's $2,000. That's so unbelievable. So as a result of the crash, there is a massive flood of homes hitting the market resulting from foreclosures. Institutional investors were then able to scoop them up in bulk, buying them at incredibly cheap prices and turn them into rentals. So we see a ton of people lose all their equity, and then institutional investors swoop in, control that equity from now on because things have recovered, then preventing people from ever actually accessing that equity ever again. That is now a business's bottom line. And all this is completely connected with today's housing crisis. The 2008 financial crisis created an unprecedented opportunity for these institutional investors to transform American housing into a corporate asset class. What began as an emergency stabilization evolved into a permanent market capture. And Larry Fink, this guy who you've seen, is a man who was perfectly positioned to take full advantage of the suffering of millions of Americans in the form of buying their toxic assets. So we have to go way back to Harry Banks lore, okay guys, because it's very complicated. He sort of was behind the housing crash in a way. He was kind of behind the whole thing. He kind of orchestrated the whole crash. Kind of. It's probably not true to say that out loud, but seems like it a little bit. He's the guy who made the thing that led to the thing, which then caused the thing. So anyways, Lawrence, aka Larry Fink, began his climb to the top of Wall Street at First Boston, an investment bank in New York. Worked there from 1976 to 1988, going under the pseudonym Larry the Lobster. Larry the Lobster was a managing director at this bank. Then Larry started trading these things called mortgage-backed securities or mortgage-backed bonds, and only 2 years into doing this, he was heading the bond trading department. So mortgage-backed securities. Larry is credited with pioneering this movement, this form of asset at First Boston and the MBS market, and then further pioneering the mortgage-backed securities market in general later on, which is something that will be incredibly important. So remember that. Larry Fink created mortgage-backed securities. It's more complicated than that. for sure, but it doesn't need to be. It is that simple as well. Larry also served as the co-head of First Boston's taxable fixed income division, which oversaw all government, mortgage, and corporate securities. This guy was in control of a lot of very important stuff. He was a superstar at First Boston. He'd added about $1 billion to the company's bottom line and believed he was on track to become the CEO of the firm before one terrible mistake that derailed his promising trajectory. You see, the market, it moved in ways that Larry didn't understand. He went from earning the company $130 million in one quarter, which is a feat he didn't fully comprehend, to losing the company $100 million in the next. How did Larry do this? Well, he took an enormous gamble that ultimately failed when interest rates unexpectedly fell in 1986. You might be like, well, that's good though, right? You're telling me that Larry failed when interest rates dropped and helped the average person afford lending on various things like homes? Yeah, guys, that's actually what I'm saying. When interest rates unexpectedly fell, benefiting 99.9% of every human alive, it was bad for Larry Fink. 2 years later, in 1988, Larry and First Boston would go their separate ways. But the same year, he founded BlackRock, with risk management as one of its core principles. You know, because of how risky it is when interest rates drop. Now, BlackRock began as a fund management shop within Blackstone after Fink was given $5 million in seed money from Steven Schwartzman and Peter Peterson, Blackstone's co-founders. This was in a move to create the subsidiary. This move echoed the Blackstone brand and signaled that BlackRock was also its own thing. Now, it was a bit of a rocky union. BlackRock began to thrive immediately and never required additional funding. It grew to manage $23 billion in assets in a short period of time. But Blackstone and BlackRock did disagree over business growth. It was a bit of a rocky point in their relationship. They would later separate in 1994 after Schwartzman sold BlackRock to PNC for $240 million, which is a deal that Schwartzman still regrets to this very day. Schwartzman? I love saying that name. So that's 1994. 2 years before this, the U.S. Marshals would unlawfully siege a man in a cabin on Ruby Ridge and murder that man's child and wife. And then, 8 years after that, on October 1st, 1999, PNC would spin off BlackRock, making it publicly tradable while still maintaining majority shareholder status over the company. At BlackRock's initial public offering, or IPO, which is an acronym you've probably seen if you've done anything financial, PNC maintained ownership of 70% of the company's stock, while BlackRock employees owned 16% and 14% would be publicly available for trade. By the end of 1999, BlackRock had grown the value of its managed assets to $165 billion, and Larry the Lobster was doing very well at the helm of his own ship now. So, they're holding assets. How does a company that holds assets actually making money? Well, guys, it circles back to the old mortgage-backed securities that we mentioned earlier. See, while Mr. Lobster had pioneered them at First Boston, it was at BlackRock that he perfected these pesky little things. Mortgage-backed securities were initially conceptualized as a win-win innovation, but they quickly deviated from their original purpose and were immediately corrupted for corporate profit. As is everything. You're talking about BlackRock type shit. Ever and will continue to exist until the end of time, until we rise up. Just kidding. Essentially, a mortgage-backed security allows banks to sell the home loans they're holding into a pool that investors can then buy into. And as long as the loans are being paid by people, the pool's investors make money.
Says
now,
it's always
you might
the
be saying, well, I don't really want my house, you know, the loan on my home, the lien against what I own and live it. Yeah, I live in this four-cornered thing with my family. I don't really want someone gambling with my money in the stock market. I don't really want someone gambling with my notes. Hey, guess what, dumbass? You don't have a choice, and you can thank Larry Fink for that. The financial theory of the mortgage-backed security is pretty high level, though. It's awesome. It seems really cool if you're a bank. If you're a human bank. In theory, the mortgage-backed securities are freeing up capital that banks can then use to approve more loans, to then create more mortgage-backed securities, and therefore expand home ownership for people who may otherwise not qualify for a home loan. It's sharing the risk, okay? It's the idea of it. And this little invention made mortgages more accessible to low and moderate income households, and also decreased the risk for banks because investors are eager to get their slice of the home payment pie, and the risk, once again, is spread across the board as investors absorb the fallout for non-payments. So, you know, the stock market goes up and down. People pay their mortgages and don't pay their mortgages. It's like, makes a lot of sense from the very high macro level, but when you think about it, it's like, oh, this guy can't pay his mortgage because, you know, he died or something like that. That's bad. That's it. It seems less fun that way, you know, when you think about the money and the people making money. And if, I don't know. Let me know down below. Eventually, different forms of mortgage-backed securities emerged. The two most crucial kinds to know are the agency mortgage-backed security and the non-agency mortgage-backed security. Agency MBs are less risky because they are issued by government-sponsored agencies, but they also yield lower returns than non-agency MBs. Non-agency MBs are high-risk and high-reward investments. They're not government-backed at all, and they are issued entirely by private companies. And there is currently an ongoing debate over whether participating in the trading of MBs is a predatory practice. And you could probably figure out why with your prefrontal cortex, as it turns the mortgages that people rely on for shelter, which is a basic human need, into something that can be gambled on by people who are, I would say, evil. Just saying. To put it very simply, the MBs allow investment firms and hedge funds to place bets on your ability to make house payments. And this is where the exploitation of the system becomes extremely apparent. When banks realized that they could approve a loan and immediately sell it into a securities pool, things got out of hand very, very quickly, as loans to people who had no hope of repaying them, aka high-risk loans, became rampant. Not to mention the people giving out these loans also receive a commission. So there's only incentive to get more loans, to then therefore make more money. The big intangible is whether or not these pesky human beings who are paying them can actually pay them or not. These high-risk loans are referred to as subprime mortgages, and they are objectively a form of predatory lending. The entire agency MB's model was designed to invest in loans where borrowers had been thoroughly vetted and were statistically more likely to repay their loans. You know, there's some thought that goes into this institutional way to make money. Even if some borrowers defaulted on their loans, the agency guaranteed that the investor would still be paid because overall, it is an insured, backed, well kept up thing. In contrast, non-agency MBs were the Wild West. You've got people with incentives to give people loans regardless of whether or not they can pay them. It's just an incentive and an incentive and an incentive, and then, you know, there's the bubble right there. With non-agency MBs, solid loans were packaged alongside the shaky subprime ones, and borrowers who were responsible and creditworthy were put at risk when the risky loans began to default, as the whole security was then tainted. And as time went on, more and more banks began to pack their securities with bad loans and ratings, which were supposed to gauge the level of risk for an investment. And this all became meaningless because they were feeding it horrible information because they were just giving loans to everybody.
You smell that? What is that?
What?
What's that smell? A cologne? No.
Opportunity.
No. Money.
Okay.
I smell money.
Okay.
The entire system was poised to collapse. And once again, homeowners who actually are paying the mortgages have no control over whether or not the mortgages they're paying are packaged into an agency MBs or a non-agency MBs, other than outside of just choosing which institution they use for their loan, like going to the bank and saying, I want my local First Bank to, you know, finance my home. But then they can still sell that shit without your permission, okay? So there is no control. There was no control. There still isn't. The people who own the loan for my previous house, I could sue them, okay? I could sue them. I have a massive video plan where I'm going to destroy them and hopefully get sent some kind of cease and desist or defamation or slanderous lawsuit. I've been feeling very vengeful lately. I know where the guy lives. The guy who owns the company. He's a piece of shit. I took pictures of his house. Anyways, there's not a lot of transparency, and banks are obviously not going to advertise to you that they're selling your solid loan into a security with a bunch of high-risk subprime ones that they've also approved and are somehow equal to yours. So many people were treated like chips at a casino and were not told. It's a very technical and boring, detail-oriented topic, which is why in the movie The Big Short, they got Margot Robbie to describe it while in a bubble bath to keep people interested, of course. And I'm not in a bubble bath, but by God, I hope you're interested still.
Here's Margot Robbie in a bubble bath to explain.
Basically, Louis Ranieri's mortgage bonds were amazingly profitable for the big banks. They made billions and billions on their 2% fee they got for selling each of these bonds.
So, risk management. Okay, remember, BlackRock was built around the core principle of risk management. And while it did participate in the trading of MBs with a founder who pioneered the concept, it primarily traded in low-risk agency MBs at this point. So Larry had helped build this new asset type, but he wasn't going whole hog, dick on the table with it, all right? This guy, as a lobster, pretty reserved and conservative. He played it pretty safe, and when the market inevitably collapsed after these bonds became worthless and the market went belly up, he was there to pick up the pieces he'd helped fill the board with. That is the capture of toxic assets. So the United States government couldn't just sit by while the economy was in shambles, and they began attempting to stem the bleeding. So we already mentioned the great bailout of 08 and 09, but while the government was setting aside funds to bail out banks that were collapsing as their own doing, they also turned to BlackRock for help, specifically Larry Fink. And with BlackRock's core principle of managing risk, and with the founder, Larry Fink, a founder and expert in the mortgage-backed security market, which is the whole thing that led to all this stuff, Larry's company was selected by the Federal Reserve to manage $130 billion in toxic mortgage assets from the crisis. And BlackRock was just one of 9 investment managers that the Treasury chose. It feels to me a very dumb person, somewhat like creating a fire, then being the firefighter who's called in when others use that fire to burn a house down. Interesting. The market became oversaturated with foreclosed homes. We mentioned the number earlier. That was 2.3 million homes that had foreclosure filings, and there was a vacuum there to be filled, and these institutional investment firms, you know, obviously took the opportunity, because what else would they do? Bail out the people? No! Of course not! Thanks, Obama. While BlackRock is managing $130 billion in toxic assets, in 2012, Blackstone formed Innovation Homes, which is a single-family home rental company that purchased 30,000 homes out of foreclosure for $10 billion, with spending reaching as high as $100 million per week at its peak, as they acquire properties to relist for rent. Because obviously a corporation isn't going to move into a house. This number would only grow over time. And in 2017, Jonathan Gray, the global head of real estate at Blackstone, told CNBC, "We own about 100,000 either multifamily homes or single-family homes for rent. And across the board, across the country, we're seeing strength in that area." Ah! That was my impression of him. In May 2024, the Government Accountability Office released a report detailing the stark rise in institutional investor ownership of American homes. For 2011, no single investor owned more than 1,000 homes. But by 2015, between 170,000 and 300,000 homes were owned by these companies, and this number would reach nearly 500,000 by 2023, 2022, 2024. Also, I know a lot of people are like, why is rich YouTuber guy, extremely wealthy, successful, handsome YouTuber guy talking about these money problems and all this stuff? I run multiple businesses, okay? And I'm pissed off about all this shit all the time because it's all I can think about. Because my business that employs almost 30 people across the board, which I try to treat very well and pay them as well as I physically possibly can. There is not a month that has gone by where I've made money since 2021. I promise. I've literally hemorrhaged money since 2021 because I'm trying to run a business the right way. This type of stuff, it doesn't just affect the average person, it also affects small businesses. There are so many small businesses that just, it's hard to think of what a small business is, but there's more of a difference between a small business that's earning $15 million a year and the average corporation than a small business that's earning $15 million a year and a regular person making $70,000 a year or $55,000 a year, whatever the average household income for, you know, a family in a not so wealthy state. Basically, my point is small businesses and average people are in the same boat. There is no such thing as free enterprise. This thing that exists that's everybody over is actually everybody over. Everybody who doesn't sell their soul or play by some kind of draconian evil corporate rule book. There's a club and we're not in it. So anyways, the trend of corporations sucking up homes instead of allowing people to live in them and own them has a greater impact on some areas than others. Jeff Merkley, in support of the End Hedge Fund Control of America Homes Act, outlined how in 2021 alone, nearly 43% of homes for sale in Atlanta and nearly 39% of homes in Phoenix were bought up by large hedge fund investor groups. So it's very clear that this focus of sucking things away from the average American is concentrated devastatingly in specific markets. Here's a breakdown of the estimated percentage in just a couple. And you can see that it's like a minority still, but a large percentage of homes are just not owned by humans. What? 25% of Atlanta is owned by corporate America? That's unbelievable. And then what other percent is owned by old heads who think Airbnb is a good idea? It's unbelievable. It's not sustainable. Everything will come crashing down around us very soon. I don't think that that's actually true. I think we'll be on life support for the next 50 years. Nothing will come crashing down. Go to sour.gg and buy some candy. We release new flavors. It seems less important whenever I'm doing a video. I don't even do ads really anymore in my videos because I'm like, God, candy doesn't seem that cool whenever you're talking about this shit. But we release new flavors every single month, and it's made by a small business. If you want to support a small business, then feel free, but if you don't, I completely understand. Your money you should be saving it, in all honesty, and spending it on things that really add value to your life, long-term value. Save money and go on a trip with your family. Go out in wilderness and witness things that are important.
I'm almost done with this.
Don't buy candy. Anyways, guys, we're talking about this ugly Larry Fink right now. He looks like a turtle. Let's get back to the video. Sorry. Blackstone's kind of like the king, but there are many other companies growing alongside Blackstone. For example, Invitation Homes. But Blackstone formed Invitation Homes, and there's also American Homes for Rent, which Blackstone's got a holding in. There's also Tricon Residential, which is dominating the space in certain regions, but wait a second, guys. Blackstone actually sold its stake in Invitation Homes over time,
4% is what you started at.
Of its holdings being sold in 2019, but then invested in Tricon Residential in 2020.
When I got off the phone with you,
name something with a more evil name. Tricon Residential. Are you shitting me? That's like some Dr. Evil shit. Tricon Residential Holdings reached $65 billion.
I don't know why it's got to be an argument every time.
Investing in?
I don't understand.
Homes. You have no idea how many people want homes.
I was told that was wrong.
They're
that
willing
was wrong.
to pay,
That's what I was told.
all their money that they have to be able to live in them. It's insane to get a roof over their head. It's a really good way to make a lot of money.
So what, have you done 2 assignments in the matter of just a couple minutes or what?
Also, according to the NASDAQ, BlackRock is now one of Invitation Homes' top 3 holders, with over 60 million shares valued at nearly $2 billion, which is chump change, by the way, for their total assets under management. But the New York Times calls this a $60 billion housing grab by Wall Street and outlines that the hundreds of thousands of homes falling into the hands of these giant companies are putting the American dream even further out of reach. What are you gonna do? Cry about it? Yeah, honestly, it's worth crying about. It's actually worth it. It's so fucked up and it's so unfair, and there's literally nothing at all that anybody can do. I actually started to cry there. That was really weird. You guys ever do that? So is there a conspiracy here? I'm not exactly sure. I'm starting to think there is, dude. BlackRock's founder, Larry, by the way, I don't condone violence in any way. That was 110% a joke. Is there a conspiracy here? BlackRock's founder, Larry Fink, was a key player in the creation of one of the significant investment assets that led to the 2008 financial crisis, and was then a primary beneficiary of the aftermath. But it is a portrayal that does mischaracterize things a little bit. It would kind of be like blaming Oppenheimer for his Manhattan Project work for the dropping of the bomb, which was done, I guess, by Truman on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's like, kind of like
If it
Kinda
comes
like the
to
guy, but he didn't really
making
clean
you
up
stay
the
after
mess.
school,
He cleaned the dust.
that is what we will do.
We should. We should.
You will sit in every
If you
class.
look at
You will
history,
have every
people
class
say,
up
look at
to
history.
par, if that is
As
what
history
we do.
repeats itself endlessly, it really does. It literally
You're not
does.
taking this
People say
serious,
time's a flat
it's not-
circle.
it's
First
not
time I
gonna
heard
get
somebody say that, I wanted to punch them in their face because like that's dumb and it doesn't make any sense. But no, it is. It is. It is. If you look at history and you look at various groups involved in society throughout history, same things happen over, 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 and over and over again. And I feel
start
like
them
the
somewhere and then you
internet
don't finish 'em.
and the access
Then
to
you say you don't
information
have
might be the
anything.
only way that we break free of this cycle.
This is what you keep doing.
This might be our
Until you're
Khaleesi.
blind.
This might be
That's
our
not
Daenerys
okay.
Targaryen moment to break the wheel. I don't know though. I don't have any idea. All I know is I just want to be on the right side in history. I want to be good. I want to make people around me feel good. I think that's why I've been put on this earth, is to feel good. And just make people happy and talk and laugh and watch people smile and then watch them cry right after when they realize I'm heavily invested in institutional investment assets, specifically non-agency mortgage-backed securities, and they realize that I actually own their home and they don't actually own it. I can tell them to get out whenever I want. I'm a practicer of bird law. I practice bird law. Go to the Gump Club, gump.club, to see uncensored videos on the Oompoville channel. So yeah, it could be a big mischaracterization. It could be intellectually dishonest to say that BlackRock is evil and Larry Fink is buying up all the homes. But it could also just be honest to just say like, man, he doesn't need to do all that. How much money do you really need? How much power and control do you actually need? When was the last time you said hello to your mom, your parents, your family, you know, your children's? When was the last time you said hello to them? Is that what you think about? Or do you think about money? Do you just think about money all the time? Because that's weird, right? People like you throughout history, if you look at history, people like you have been killed a lot, right, in the streets. People like you have been strewn about, right? Body parts, individual body parts taken to each corner, right, of the country. Okay, guys? Maybe bleep some of that, I'm not sure. So it could be a bit of mischaracterization or a bit of intellectual dishonesty, but it's definitely not mischaracterization to say that this guy benefited massively off the untold suffering of millions of people and continues to this very day. Not to mention just I mean, you can't even quantify the amount of suffering that all of this is going to lead to by preventing people from living at home. So this guy's a piece of shit regardless. So anyways, what's actually genuinely shady without having to think about mischaracterization or any of that is the fact that BlackRock publicly denies any involvement in this. They have an entire page on their website dedicated to denying this, saying that they're setting the record straight, with the following words being written. It seems like BlackRock has been the subject of speculation, misperception, and even mistaken identity in media reports and on social media regarding our role in the U.S. housing market. We want to make it perfectly clear. BlackRock is not buying individual houses in America, but we are heavily investing in other entities. No, they didn't say that. That's true, though. It's like that thing that, I do not freebase cocaine, but sometimes I might. Want to talk about mischaracterization and total intellectual dishonesty? That's a genius example right there, guys. They try to gaslight their readers into thinking they're confused. You have to dig to find any genuine information. They are purchasing SEO to make Google not show the truth. It's wild. It's very up. And I think it'd be really tragic if we sent them a lot of emails asking them to provide us with the truth, and maybe called their office and sent letters to their various locations. I think it'd be really tragic. I don't think we should do that, guys. I think it'd be really annoying for them if we called them a lot. People forget that that's a thing, that you can just like call people. You just call a number a lot, and it's not illegal to call a public number. Just be like, hey, I just want to know, you know, I'm thinking about getting into institutional investing, and I want to become a trillionaire. So I feel like the first place I probably should start is to, you know, figure out what the lowest hanging fruit is. I would love to prevent single mothers from being able to ever afford a home. So, you know, because that's like, they're weak. They have kids to take care of. They can't really defend themselves. So, you know, maybe leave them that message. They also went on to say this. A number of other large asset managers and private equity firms are very active today in purchasing single-family residences. BlackRock is sometimes confused with them because the names are similar and it's about rocks and minerals. As a fiduciary asset manager, we invest and manage capital on behalf of our clients in a vast array of public and private U.S. real estate markets. But buying individual homes is not one of them. So they share what they actually do. And that is to provide capital for mortgages to help American families buy homes and provide capital for new housing construction, which does include some purpose-built for rent housing developments with a focus on single-family rental housing. But they say nothing about buying pre-existing single-family homes to list for rent because that's precisely what they're trying to deny doing, which is what they're doing. And no matter how much money they spend on Google SEO and press, I guess, they cannot change the truth. They cannot change it. They can't stop the word from spreading. They can't stop that. For both of these points, they specifically cite their investments in mortgage securities and housing development programs as the vehicles that facilitate this. If they can cite their investments in their evidence that they aren't, then I think we should be able to cite their investments as evidence that they are. Okay, guys, we mentioned that Larry thinks BlackRock is one of the top shareholders of Invitation Homes, but that's not all. BlackRock is also one of the 2 largest shareholders of American Homes for Rent, alongside Vanguard, which is another very reputable brand. They're heavily invested with their 42.8 million shares being valued at $1.5 billion, and that's after selling nearly 800,000 shares. If you visit the American Homes for Rent website, you can search for available real estate in specific regions, and I searched for Texas for this video, and what do you know, guys? Single-family homes after single-family homes pop up in Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio, and Austin. So they're not in the business of buying single-family homes per se, but they are heavily invested in the business of buying single-family homes, which, in my opinion, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck, dude. So shut the f up, you cronies. You cronies. We clicked on a listing in San Antonio, and right there, the description on the website, it says, this property is professionally managed by AMH, American Homes for Rent, number 4 Rent, a leading single-family rental company. I looked at the listing on Zillow, where it stated the home was built in 2006, which is 6 years before AMH was founded in 2012, conveniently the same year that Blackstone formed Invitation Homes. So yeah, pretty epic stuff, I have to say. The earliest history of the property is related to Coldwell Banker's price changes and listing removal before AM4H purchased the property to list it for rent. Notably, Coldwell Banker's parent company is Anywhere Real Estate, which, by the way, guys, is majority owned by BlackRock. There's no escaping it. It's a web. It's a web. You can't escape them. If you want to make money, if you want to have your company make money and be successful, you have to let BlackRock own some of it, okay? It's crazy that these people do this. It's insane. It's unbelievable how unfair it is. I want to dude, I'm just gonna go to the headquarters. Cut all that out. Cut all that. I've had offers for people to buy my candy company from companies. Okay, guys, really big companies. Guess what? Guess what Daddy does? Daddy looks up the company and he looks at who owns the company, and then he says, "No, thank you. I want to make money someday." But no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to sit at a table with these people and pretend that they're anything like me and that I want their money and I'll just do whatever. Okay, guys, I'd rather have everything go belly up. Don't tell my employees that because they might lose their jobs. But what else am I going to do? I'd rather be able to sleep at night. I'd rather be able to sleep at night than do this bullshit. Too much capitalism. Gotta say, not to sound like a socialist commie or whatever, guys. There's too much capitalism going on right now. All right, and by the way, free enterprise, too much capitalism doesn't mean there's too many capitalists. It means there's not enough. All right, there isn't enough people who are able to embark into free enterprise and actually do the things that make knives, sell dick knives for fun, and be able to make a living wage by doing the thing that they love. That's not communism, that's capitalism, okay? And too much capitalism is not enough capitalists. We need more, not these things that are out there, this cosmic horror that exists in Wall Street. So anyways, that's the first thing that I looked at, and I looked at another, which made me feel insane. And like Charlie in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, on the hunt for Pepe Silva.
Pepe Sylvia, this name keeps coming up over and over again. Every day, Pepe's mail's getting sent back to me. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I look in the mail, well, this whole box is Pepe Sylvia!
Pulled up another listing in San Antonio, and guess what? We compared the listing on AMH to the listing on Zillow, and this one was built in 2002 and came into the hands of AMH in 2015, with its earliest property history events being from 2012. However, they were from Crowned Eagle Realty. I wanted to see if Crowned Eagle Realty also has ties to BlackRock, so I went looking for their leadership team, and on their About Us, on their website, the first person to show up was a man named Dan, a real estate agent who's worked with government contracts, the VA, bank foreclosures, asset managers, the Department of Justice, and investment properties. I thought, hey man, with a resume like this guy should be running this place. Turns out, after some digging on LinkedIn, he's a founder of Crowned Eagle, and under the description for his role, it says, we are contracting with a very large hedge fund group, helping them purchase properties in Texas. And we also work with some bulk REO groups on a wholesale level. We're falling down a rabbit hole very rapidly now, because while BlackRock isn't solely a hedge fund, it works with hedge funds and has a whole website page about how they work with hedge funds and claim to manage over $76 billion of hedge fund assets. Hedge funds, by the way, deserve their own video. You've probably heard of mutual funds. Hedge funds are like the non-agency mortgage-backed securities to the agency mortgage-backed securities, which would be a mutual fund. It's like a bunch of people pulling their money together and figuring out how to be as evil as possible to make as much from it as possible. It's unbelievable that it's allowed. Now, do I know for a fact that BlackRock is working with a hedge fund that collaborated with Crowned Eagle to purchase the property for American Homes for Rent? Absolutely not. Of course I don't. But it's astounding for BlackRock to claim that they're not involved in this transformation of the American housing landscape, given that they're a majority holder of AMH. It's a blatant lie. It's bold-faced, and they know exactly what they're doing, and they're trying to spend their money to keep this going for as long as possible before the bubble pops, whatever that bubble might be. So their blatant lying makes any other crazy connection and assumption seem possible to me when they're so heavily invested in anything and everything, and specifically in making it seem like they're not. Why do they care so much about, is it because people are mad that they don't want to be seen as investing in single family homes, even though they objectively are? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what is the goal? I mean, the goal is obvious, but like, do you want people to trust you though? Because if the goal is to be trusted, then you're failing. You're failing, and you couldn't fail worse. It seems like they believe there are enough degrees of separation between them and the frontline action of stealing homes from, you know, pregnant single mothers and all that stuff. But there's a trail of breadcrumbs that leads right up to their door. MetLife Investment Management projects that institutional investors will control 40% of single-family rentals by 2030, or approximately 7.6 million homes. And this is, I guess, natural market evolution, when that nature is based on the idea of strategic capture and buying out other businesses. And it just so happens that owning assets, like owning homes, corporations are competing with people. They're competing with regular people, and with firms borrowing at 1.4%, while home buyers are paying mortgage interest rates between 6 and 7% as of the filming of this video. By default, a firm is able to offer that difference above what the average home buyer will be able to offer to just push them out of the market. Their money's way better. They run by an economy of scale, and the average person does not. In Miami, investors purchased 31% of all homes in 2024, which creates a self-reinforcing cycle where rising rents justify higher purchase prices, which then eventually will completely price out owner occupants until the end of time. Because why the would BlackRock ever have one of its investments sell one of their homes? They never would. Why would they? They don't need to. They don't need to move into another. They don't live in the house. They don't need the house. It's just money. They just need money is what they need. They don't want us to own anything. They don't want us to own anything. So this all sounds like a nightmare, but what's it like living in a corporate owned property? Maybe it's good. Maybe they put a lot of money, maybe they reinvest into the properties. I mean, we've seen in movies like Spider-Man, the landlord's kind of a dick, but his daughter's nice. His daughter's nice, and that's who Peter Parker should have been with. Let's be real. Maybe having a corporate overlord be the landlord is better. Maybe. I don't know. It's more like a Santa Claus thing. Like, is he even real? I don't know. Presents show up, though. Companies like Invitation Homes and American Homes for Rent, which are owned by Blackstone and BlackRock, respectively, have been the subject of intense scrutiny and controversy beyond just the fact that they're stealing homes from pregnant women. Being a tenant of these corporate landlords sounds like another nightmare and should be avoided entirely, if possible. In September 2024, the FTC filed action against Invitation Homes, which is a Blackstone-owned company, alleging that it had failed to keep promises made to tenants before their move-ins and is predatory to those who live in its properties. The 52-page complaint filed by the FTC outlines the promises made by Invitation Homes and their advertising campaigns, such as you get a worry-free leasing lifestyle in a home that's been inspected with access to 24/7 emergency maintenance, and security deposits will only be deducted from your damage beyond normal wear and tear, which that's all sounds very fair. But the truth of the matter is that Invitation Homes would hide junk fees in its rental listings, leading to actual monthly payments higher than advertised. Properties are frequently in poor shape with major habitability issues requiring immediate maintenance upon move-in. Some of the junk fees or hidden mandatory fees imposed by Invitation Homes include the following: utility management fees, air filter delivery, smart home technology fees, lease easy bundle, internet package fee. You're telling me you can't just pay the internet company? You have to also pay the person who owns the house to be able to connect to the internet? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Hey, guess what? Bombs in the mail. The CEO of Invitation Homes even reportedly called the senior vice president in 2019 to tell him to juice this hog, referring to making the smart home fee mandatory to all renters. These hidden fees generated more than $60 million for the company and cost renters up to an additional $1,700 annually, which absolutely adds up. Remember, 37% of people can't afford a $400 emergency expense. What if they didn't have to pay for smart home fees? Then they'd have $1,700 more a year to spend on things that, you know, affect their lives. Groceries, their children's education. This additional $1,700 is more than they expected to pay based on advertising and their agreements with Invitation Homes. Invitation Homes would also withhold security deposits for damage that was either pre-existing or fell into normal wear and tear. They would even encourage tenants not to seek government protections from evictions, which occurred at much higher rates than non-corporate landlords, allegedly as high as 65% of tenants. It's also pretty difficult if you're a regular ass person to get somebody evicted from your house. If they live in your house, you can't really just get rid of them. But if you're a corporation that owns a property, you are afforded rights that the average person is not afforded. Therefore, you know, you can just get rid of people because you have $1 billion and you can afford it till the end of time. It's not backwards compatible though, of course, that whole privilege and right thing. Corporations have privileges and rights that the average person does not have, but corporations are seen as people. They are afforded the same rights as people, which is amazing. It's really awesome. I love that that's hey, at least they can't vote though. They don't have that right. Corporations, I mean. Just don't look up lobbying. One example from 2023 involved a couple in Los Angeles who were evicted from their home despite never missing a rent payment, seemingly because they had made complaints about water leaks and mushrooms growing out of the walls. Not even bullshitting you. Invitation Homes had told them that they needed to leave because the house was unsafe and required significant repairs, but it was still an active listing just weeks after the couple who had lived there for nearly a decade had left, and their experience is not unique. They're evil. Not these people, but these corporations. There were government protections from evictions that were in effect during the COVID-19 pandemic. The CARES Act mandated that landlords could not evict or initiate an eviction from March through August of 2020. And later, if you submitted a CDC declaration to your landlord in accordance with the CDC eviction moratorium, you were protected from eviction for nearly a year. But instead, Invitation Home encouraged their tenants to use their hardship affidavit, which promised to be a discussion between tenants affected by the pandemic and the corporate landlords, assuring renters that they were committed to working with those impacted. The word affidavit led renters to believe that they were legally protected, but this was not a substitute for the CDC declaration. And then Invitation Homes used the information it learned from those who filled out this form to make decisions about whether to evict renters who were then struggling. And when renters were upset after finding out they were being evicted and trying to protest, specifically citing government orders like the CDC eviction moratorium and the opt-in program, the hardship affidavit was not a substitute for it. And Invitation Homes obviously had a response. They said, "I'm so sorry. I know this is a difficult time. We are working within the government guidelines, and while many jurisdictions have temporarily paused evictions, they have indicated the rent due during this emergency declaration still needs to be paid. We want to work with you to pay your rent. How about you open up your mailbox and pull out that box?" There's so much harm being done to tenants of Invitation Homes properties that the FTC went after them, and Invitation Homes agreed to a settlement proposed by the FTC. By the way, settlement doesn't mean you're guilty, but surely for all of these predatory practices towards consumers and the juicing of the hog of junk fees, the fines imposed on the company would be a worthy slap on the wrist, right, guys? Despite charging over $60 million in hidden junk fees with an impact to consumers in the home rental marketplace beyond more than $60 million in hidden fees, the settlement the FTC proposed sought only $48 million, which would go into a consumer relief fund. So, not anywhere near how much they made off of juicing that hog. Also, behavior hasn't changed. Unnecessary charges and incompassionate interactions still occur regularly, with some even being uploaded to TikTok, such as one woman, Christina, showing Invitation Homes refusing to take her rent because she refused to pay for the landscaping that they did.
You are evicting me for not paying my rent, correct? I don't want my rent back. I am paying my rent on time.
So I will give these to you.
Nope, they're not mine. They are yours. You people are ridiculous.
Christina lived there for 2 years, and at the start of her rental, the yard had been overgrown and the landscaping rocks had been sparse, so she'd asked if they'd be willing to spruce it up, and even offered to pay for half if they brought in some bushes. They never responded, and then 60 days before her 2-year term was ending, they show up to do work and tacked on a $900 charge to her bill. She reached out to say that she didn't want to pay for it anymore because she was moving out very soon, and it doesn't make sense for this much time to have gone by, obviously. And so long as she refused to pay, they wouldn't take her rent. That is supervillain behavior. I'm gonna be real with you. You absolutely know. You cannot pretend that they didn't want to get the tenant that's about to leave to pay for the landscaping so the place could look nice, and then so they could hike the price up for the next renter because of the new work. That's absolutely what happened. Then on to American Homes for Rent, specifically about their landlord quality. They don't appear to be any better if you're looking for a landlord who's going to be understanding of your circumstances, even in the event of a natural disaster or public crisis. I visited their page on the Better Business Bureau. The very first thing that caught my attention was a complaint that left me speechless. On May 30th, 2024, a complaint was made to the Better Business Bureau about American Homes for Rent that said the following: received eviction notice during a national disaster declaration by the governor of Texas and the president of the United States. We were without food and power. We had to find other accommodations to stay for 5 days. No power, no anything. Could not work for 4 days due to power outages, and we are not asking to avoid payments, but to extend the residents' time. They are issuing evictions in a national disaster area. Now, there is no specific region that's mentioned, but catastrophic storms and flooding occurred in May 2024, prompting crippled governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, to issue disaster declarations and request that then President Joseph Biden escalate the situation to a presidential disaster declaration. So that's what we assume that's coming from. And according to the governor, 27 of the 98 affected Texas counties qualified for public assistance programs, which were partially approved by Joe Biden. And on June 5th, 2024, American Homes for Rent responded to the BBB complaint, stating that the matter had been referred to their local team on May 31st and that it had been resolved to the satisfaction of both the resident and the company. Just kidding. The same day, the renter replied, rejecting the all is good response, saying that American Homes for Rent had tacked on a $654 attorney fee for a payment that had already been made, and they even followed that up by alleging the fee was in place to prevent residents from making payments. And American Homes for Rent responded again, saying that the matter was resolved in accordance with local law and the lease agreement. They are unable to remove the legal fees or provide the desired resolution. because it's not allowed. They're not allowed to do that. They can't do that. They can't do that. Why can't they do that? I could do that. I could just not charge at all. I own a business. I could just not charge people. I could decide to not do that. I could just not do that. We give people discounts all the time. If people buy something and don't like it, we give them a refund. You know why? Because we can decide to do that.
I am unable to to satisfy you. I am unable. I can't satisfy myself or my wife, which leads me to be unable to satisfy you.
Boom! Ticonderoga number 2. Right to the heart. Now, obviously, the renter, because of the extra fee, felt as though the company was retaliating against them. Because it was! And had no basis for evicting them over a payment that was, in fact, made, and alleged that access to their account where they could view what they owed was taken down before the due date provided by the company, and the property manager stopped answering their calls. This exact same thing happened to me with an insurance company. Their website stopped working magically. Crazy how that works before you can make a payment. Insane to collect late fees and float the money for longer. There is a massive conspiracy. I think I'm crazy. Press like if you're also crazy. Eventually, American Homes for Rent caved. Luckily, the last update is from June 27th, 2024, from that customer stating that the additional legal fees were removed. So much for them not being able to move them, obviously, and the account was restored with no issues and the eviction was dropped. Oh, thank God, it only took a month. This is not the case for everyone, however. Only those who are publicly victims. Over the past 3 years, the company has received 754 complaints to the Better Business Bureau, and its customer review rating sits at an impressive 1.12 out of 5 stars. So, good job, heads. Reviews accuse them of doing nothing about mold and hazardous conditions that threaten both the renter's home and neighbors, as well as accusing them of scamming by waiting for hopeful renters' $100 applications to expire before returning calls. Those are just reviews from this month, August 2025. I reviewed all of their 2025 reviews, and out of 75 reviews since January 1st, 73 were 1-star and 2 were 2-star reviews. And now, welcome to the conspiracies. Okay, guys, Larry Fink. This video's about Larry Fink, just in case you forgot, okay? Now the king of the world, aka the World Economic Forum. You will own nothing and you will be happy. This is a trend that we're seeing all too frequently now. Not long ago, you'd go to a Best Buy or some kind of other store. You could buy a movie, an album, a video game, take it home. You could read the back. You used to be able to take a device home and own it. Nowadays, you can't do that. You subscribe to a streaming service that allows you to access movies and shows that you do not hold the rights to. They temporarily hold the rights to, and then to listen to music. You pay Spotify to access their catalog of music from artists, but you lose access when you stop paying. You pay for Xbox games, Game Pass, or PlayStation Plus subscriptions to access libraries of games for cheap until you stop paying. You pay the full price for a game you technically don't even own and can lose access if Steam or the developer or the publisher decides to just take it away. It's unbelievable. NZXT, a PC company, had their controversy when Gamers Nexus exposed their predatory PC rental program. Ubisoft's director of subscriptions faced backlash for stating that the shift from owning to subscribing was a necessary one. Yeah, maybe necessary for getting this dick in your butt. While we're on the topic of subscriptions, even car manufacturers are beginning to paywall feature subscriptions. You can buy a car at full price, but suddenly that's not enough and you need to pay monthly for hardware or software that it literally comes with. BMW blocked heated seats and steering wheels physically in the car behind a subscription fee. That's unbelievable. Tesla charged fees for extended battery range, and it's already in the car. Mazda charged $120 a year for remote start. Volkswagen's electric vehicles are locking the full horsepower of their cars behind paywalls of $22 a month or a one-time payment of $880. Mercedes-Benz and Tesla both reduced acceleration rates for drivers who don't subscribe to their respective faster acceleration subscriptions. You will own nothing and you will be happy. That's what all this means. It's a quote that is oftentimes attributed to Klaus Schwab, the second ugliest man in the world, who is also the founder and chairman of the World Economic Forum, but it's actually a simplified version of a thought experiment from Denmark Parliament member Ida Auken titled welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better. Originally published in 2016, it paints a picture of the future one might see as either utopian or dystopian, depending on your own personal convictions, where every need and accommodation becomes free to access, and what is now considered a product has now become a service. You don't actually need to own anything, and you can just exist. This essay from Ida does have association with the World Economic Forum because it was published on the WEF website. It has been deleted, but it's archived on the Wayback Machine, and it's, in my opinion, a genuine concern that you should be worried about. It's their goal. If we quickly look at what the WEF is, who's involved in the connection to the corporate-backed mass home buying, it's a gigantic red flag. The World Economic Forum technically has no formal authority over any country, government, or corporation. It's not a lawmaking body. It's a non-governmental, non-profit organization based in Geneva, Switzerland, with the following as their official mission statement.
We bring together government, business, and civil society to improve the state of the world.
Relative to what? That's relative to what? That's the first thing you see when you go to the WEF website landing page. Try to tackle global challenges across multiple sectors, from energy to cybersecurity, from AI to climate, from healthcare to urban transportation, from my balls to my tip. Stakeholders come from public and private sectors. Now that sounds weird. Sounds bad maybe a little bit, but it's also could be okay. But there are legitimate concerns that exist about the WEF's influence, and Larry Fink, BlackRock's CEO, managing $10 trillion in assets, became the WEF interim co-chair in August of 2025, this month. That old turtle's really getting good. Really getting good at controlling stuff. Billionaires and leaders of the world's largest corporations, Amazon and Microsoft, meet annually with world leaders where they talk about economic strengths, trade, technology, and more. And even though it's not a lawmaking body, it does bring together the world's elite and does shape agendas and creates networks within which big ideas and deals can then be born. It's a club for the most rich and the most powerful, where it feels like ordinary people are not even remotely represented or even heard at all. If you're not making $1 billion a year for a Fortune 500 company, what the f are you bringing to the table? Nothing. You're a little shriveled ball sack. With the rise in advocacy and activism, companies can put on a front of being involved in popular ideology shifts, but this too is something that has financial incentives and muddies the water and genuine religion behind corporate activism. What exactly do I mean? ESG investing. It's an investment approach that prioritizes how companies score in environmental, social, and governance metrics. So how do companies safeguard the environment? How does it manage relationships with employees and communities? And how does a company treat leadership? In 2020, both the WEF and BlackRock were making pushes towards the ESG prioritization. Larry Fink, in his 2020 letter to CEOs, focused on the reshaping of finance, emphasizing the dangers of climate change. The line, climate risk is investment risk, is a big-time epic point. This same year, Klaus Schwab published his call for the Great Reset to the World Economic Forum, and in this Great Reset, Schwab calls for the creation of a new system that focuses on creating incentives for industries to improve their track record on ESG metrics. The Great Reset also promotes stakeholder capitalism, where unelected corporate stakeholders gain influence over public policy through multi-stakeholder partnerships. And conveniently, the year before, in 2019, Klaus Schwab, the second wealthiest man in the entire world, published an opinion page to Project Syndicate all about stakeholder capitalism. He details how private corporations should be positioned as the trustees of society because that's clearly the best response to today's social and environmental challenges. What? Schwab specifically referenced an initiative being led by the chairman of the International Business Council and CEO of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, as if Bank of America isn't considered one of the worst banks in the world according to customers, with a 1.13 out of 5 stars on Better Business Bureau. What a great company! 7,500 complaints in 3 years. Suck my dick, Bank of America. Hey, you know us corporations who make billions? You trust us to have your best interest in heart, right? No, actually. Can you trust corporations to stick to their guns and do the right thing after they advocate for it? No, of course you can't. Let's look to Larry Fink's BlackRock as an example of why you can't. It seems that they initially were striving to follow through on standing by the position Larry established in his 2020 letter to CEOs by backing 40% of shareholder proposed ESG investments, and BlackRock even joined a UN-sponsored climate coalition in March of 2021 by pledging to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. But By 2024, that ESG investment prioritization had fallen to 4%. Even the Wall Street Journal posted an article in March of this year titled, "BlackRock's Woke Era is Over," citing how the company had abandoned climate groups, including their net zero emissions pledge, as well as diversity targets. It's like, who gives a Whatever, however you can suck the government's dick, the incumbency's dick is what they do. For example, Mark Zuckerberg's based in red pilled now. I don't trust that freak. Whoever's on the side of the government is not who I'm on the side of, no matter what. Conveniently, Bank of America was also one of the big banks to abandon this climate group alongside BlackRock and other major banks. It's all performative nonsense. It seems like these corporations care. They changed their shit to a rainbow in June. The reversal in action for BlackRock stems from them facing a lawsuit alleging they violated antitrust laws by colluding with Vanguard, who also pledged to become net zero by 2050 to suppress coal output. This lawsuit even had an endorsement from the FTC. It seems like the political and economic cost became too high for them to stand by their pledge. It just shows that making the pledge and advocating for ESG was more optics and influence than any kind of genuine belief, because companies and corporations cannot stand for anything, because regardless of how they're treated in the eyes of the law, they're not people. They're not people. It's a bunch of really evil people using this thing to make as much money as this. But all that aside, this is a hit piece on Larry. And the thing is, some way, somehow, your money is finding its way into Larry Fink's pockets, no matter what. BlackRock is one of the companies that has their hands in everything alongside Vanguard. If you manage to get into a home that isn't owned by a Wall Street landlord piglet, they're going to get you somewhere. Utility bills are numerous and expensive. Water bills, electricity bills, gas bills, sewage bills, heating and air conditioning, trash, and recycling. Any of those may be grouped together depending on where you might live, but for the most part, they're essentially a mandatory thing that everybody has to have. They're unavoidable. And utilities over time are becoming increasingly targeted by investment firms like BlackRock, and prices continue to rise year after year. California's Pacific Gas and Electric Company demonstrates regulatory capture perfection. Rates increased nearly 3 times over 10 years, going from 13 cents per kilowatt hour in 2014 to 42 cents per kilowatt hour. Bills in general have just about doubled over the last 5 years, with an average home's use of 500 kilowatt hours per month rising from $100 to $200. And it isn't just inflation. Of course, money's worth less, but these are beyond inflation rates. There were 6 separate hikes approved in 2024 alone, while CEO Patricia Poppy's 2023 compensation reached $16.99 million plus $24.4 million in stock vesting. The salary increase alone is up almost $3 million from her $14.1 million the year prior. And of course, powerful people should be able to make money. They have so much power and influence, but like, you didn't invent that. You didn't make that. You didn't do shit. You bitch. I was so curious, I looked it up, and PCE is in fact a publicly traded company. And guess who owns 206 million shares valued at over $3 billion? Take a wild guess. Comment down below. The turtle owns it. Larry Fink. Turtle, turtle. So anyways, it's looking bleak. Is this the death of the American dream? It feels like we're getting closer and closer to that death every single year. 2008 housing market and economic collapse fueled a problem that is still going on. It was truly the penultimate event that is going to lead up to whatever we're about to experience. The man who helped pioneer the instrument of the economy's destruction profited greatly from that instrument and the destruction that it caused. And now that man heads the company that has its hands in almost every conceivable market, ensuring that no matter what you do or what you buy, he is going to make money off of you. So anyways, press the like button if you guys want to see more content like this. Hit the subscribe button. Go to sour.gg, buy some sour candy made by real folks, and go to the Gump Club to watch the insane, uncensored version of this video.
Soft, fresh, fast. This is the best tasting soft pretzel that you'll ever have, right from the
I go around universities and have challenging conversations, and because that's what is so important to our country, is to find our disagreements respectfully, because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk held an America Comeback event at Utah Valley University to a large crowd of young supporters. Now, at one point, certain individuals were angry at this appearance, and then someone assassinated him, right there on stage. With the first to confirm it being President Donald Trump, stating, "No one understood or had the hearts of America's youth better than Charlie. At 31 years old, he's no longer with us, being survived by his wife and 2 young children. What they did to Charlie Kirk today changes everything, as they didn't shoot him over fascism, dismantling democracy, or any of those buzzwords they use to villainize the right. They shot him because he was brave enough to speak the truth in a way that nobody else could. So respectfully as possible, let's talk about why, what happens next, and most importantly, to pay our respects to Charlie and his legacy." As initially, this video spread of the alleged assassin, who was quickly found to not be who they were looking for, as it seems they knew he was in a nearby building, where he is currently in custody. But before any real information has come out, MSNBC immediately went into blaming Charlie.
Dude, this shit's so fucking retarded.
Been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Trying to downplay if this was an assassination attempt.
We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration.
A supporter
so
shooting
we have
their
no
gun
idea
off.
about this.
With Democrat governors immediately trying to connect this to Trump.
Sympathy to Charlie Kirk's family and to Charlie Kirk, who obviously we've seen other political violence occur in other states. And I would just say it's got to stop. And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters.
It's simply despicable how they're reacting to this, but of course the left is going to downplay it as they're likely the cause of it. As less than 24 hours ago, Charlie discussed the death of Irina Zarutska, to which CNN specifically called him out on.
Really, over the weekend, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol.
And it wasn't the only time.
For someone like Charlie Kirk, he should be ashamed of himself. No one mentioned the word race, white, black, or anything except him.
And keep in mind, this CNN segment was after they released the video of the murderer saying, "He got that white girl," while muttering, "She called me the word." But this is in line with them villainizing anybody that dares speak out against their official narrative, which goes alongside other liberal groups trying to align Charlie's movement with a hate map. As the mainstream media apparatus didn't do this themselves, but it definitely looks like they're doing their best to justify why this happens. Even Asmongold pointed out how this shouldn't be a surprise, just look anywhere online to see people cheering this on. To which TikTok is filled with evil individuals rushing to their selfie cams to celebrate what happened. Even on Twitter, they're doing similar, where it's even worse on Reddit. Now, we don't need to go on all these sites to see low-life replies. I just think it's important to show how this isn't some small minority on the internet that thinks like this. We have a huge problem with people becoming programmed to want this, not against some Nazi dictator that's destroying democracy, but for an internet personality that has the courage to speak his mind on hostile college campuses, which his bravery scares the left.
You are making a damn dent.
Thank you. I'm kidding.
No, but I
Thank you.
know, but I appreciate that. I mean, it's the reason you're here, because I think people need to understand your success, your influence.
As he broke through pop culture and gleefully leaned into it.
The South Park episode just dropped, and honestly, it is hilarious. I mean, we need to have a good spirit about being made fun of. This is all a success. This is all a win.
They didn't go after an extreme, divisive, or overtly offensive public figure. They went after a regular guy that could articulate what most of America is thinking to the side that needs to hear it the most. But like Newsom said, he was making too much of an impact, and they not only needed to silence him, but also scare anybody that dare do the same. As Tim Cast announced, he's canceling his university shows.
We're canceling our events for obvious reasons.
I got to confer with the crew on exactly how this plays out and what this means.
Don't play
but
into
my
their
phone
shit.
is on fire right now with security. It's at the highest level it could possibly be. And we had an upcoming event. I was going to be on the ground at a university doing much the same.
Now, I don't blame Tim in the slightest. He's a young father who's not only responsible for his safety, but the safety of his entire team and all the supporters that would come out to see his shows. It's just an example of how an attack like this isn't just to silence Charlie, but his entire movement. As MSNBC is now worried, this might inspire the next Charlie Kirk.
How worried do you get about somebody taking up the cause of Charlie Kirk?
And giving them the largest logical benefit, maybe they're saying they don't want retaliatory actions, to which I can understand. But it comes across to me that they're just worried that Charlie Kirk isn't the end of Charlie's work, as I keep seeing people spamming the word war online, but honestly I don't think that's the right reaction to this. As of course his assassination is going to sadden and even outrage you, but that should just inspire you to continue his will. So many people, including myself, looked up to Charlie because he had the courage to speak out, and they shot him for it. That can't mean they win. That just means his legacy is now your responsibility. Charlie was a man of faith, so I doubt he'd actually be out there attacking anybody, but even after all this, I don't think he'd be afraid to spread the truth. As one of his last tweets ever was him and his daughter, writing, "Get married, have kids, and stop partying into oblivion. Leave a legacy, be courageous. Happy Sunday, and God bless all the parents out there."
Appreciate you, my dude. Appreciate you.
Watch baseball live like a super fan with Game Day.
This is probably one of the darkest comics I've ever read. Like, do you guys remember when Absolute Bane beat the crap out of Batman? That's nothing compared to what Bane did to his friends. Like, it's bonkers. Okay, so what this does is this opens up with Batman and Absolute Killer Croc, right? Keeping in mind that Batman had basically rescued Waylon Jones while he was on the island, but not before Waylon Jones was transformed into essentially Killer Croc. And so initially, because of the fact that they were such close friends at some point, Waylon Jones is just like, you need to save me, right? Like, I saved you, now you save me. And initially Batman takes this to mean like, we'll find a cure, we'll figure out a way to fix you. The response of Waylon is, no, that's not what I'm talking about, right? The hunger, Bruce, it hurts too much. Save me, right? It's not save me, it's end me. And initially Batman's just kind of like, you know, like he doesn't know how to handle it. Now, of course, at that point, Waylon Jones is just like, do it, right? Like, I mean, end me. Like, I do not want to suffer anymore. But Bruce can't bring himself to do it, right? He can't bring himself to end his friend. And the response of Waylon is like, well, if you won't, I will. And he goes to take the dagger out of Batman's hand, right? And of course, Batman kicks it out of his hand. He's like, that's not going to happen. Waylon Jones roars like crazy, right? I mean, he's pissed off to no end. And then he just says, I should have left you in that place, and takes off, right? So here's the crazy thing, is that this is not going to be the first time that Bruce has to go through this. His friends blaming him for everything that happened, because now he's starting to come to the reality of exactly what it was that he had done. And so what you end up doing is you pick up with himself and Selena Kyle as they're basically exploring a kind of new apartment for themselves. Now, this is a flashback, right? Hence the reason why it looks the way it does. But it's kind of a romantic moment between the two, right? The idea that they're essentially starting a life together, right? The landlord says that the first of the month is due on signing, and then as long as the details checked out, that they're both good to go, right? There's no pets, no cats, anything like that. And so it's kind of like, okay, cool, right? We'll take it, right? That's the immediate response. The funny thing about this is that Selena Kyle knows Bruce Wayne well enough to know when he's hiding something, when he's not really talking about what it is that is bothering him. And she figures that out pretty quickly. So she's like, reveal it, like, what's going on? And they're talking about the fight between Waylon Jones and Bibbo Babowski, right? That was the whole thing that Bruce was kind of helping him out with when they were younger, that Waylon Jones had a crisis of confidence. He didn't really know if he could win the boxing match, but these little tidbits are exceedingly important because they kind of help to build up the relationships between all these various characters. And one of the cool things about this, right? That when he's talking to Selena, he says it's Waylon, right? I don't know what to do. And she says, like, did you tell him the truth? And he says he's not going to listen, right? I know him. He really believes that he can win. And so the response of Selena, then help him, right? And Bruce is like, how? And it's one of the most important pieces of advice that she gives him, right? The same way we got this spot. If the rules aren't fair, stop playing by them. Make up your own set of rules. And that's kind of a true statement. At the end of the day, no one really cares how you win. On paper, they care, but in the real world, no one really cares how you win, so long as you win. And so what you end up doing is you pick up with Bruce Wayne in the aftermath of him recovering from everything with Killer Croc and all that kind of stuff. Because keep in mind, there were the whole surgical enhancements that were done, all kinds of things that had happened. The guy had almost no sleep whatsoever. And so what he finds out in talking to Alfred is when he asks, how long have I been out? Alfred says, it's been 20 days since I found you collapsed on the floor of this place. And he's like, 20 days, right? And that's where Alfred's like, yeah, right? And you need a hell of a lot more. The things they did to your body, I'm not even sure that you fully comprehend. He says, there's a delivery system woven into your spine and brain, all loaded with that compound venom. And there's no telling what it could do to you. But of course, Bruce Wayne being Bruce Wayne is like dismissive of it all, right? He's like, I'm fine. But here's the important thing that Alfred tells him. He says, no, right? You need to hear this. What you did, things have changed now, right? You're in it. Do you understand? But again, Bruce isn't really picking up on everything that Alfred's saying. So he's kind of dismissive yet again, right? He says, I get it. Now I'm going to need you to move, and just kind of goes out there. Now the venom kind of starts working through his system, but it's not this huge crushing type of thing, right? It's not like he just amps up in the same way that Bane does. Instead, it just kind of momentarily bothers him, for lack of a better word. Headaches, if you want to call it that. But then he goes back home, and the first person he sees is his mom. And Mama Bear's pissed, right? She is 8 kinds of pissed off, right? She's pissed and she's worried. 1, because she thought something happened to him, right? But 2, she's glad to see that he's alive, right? Because one thing you never do is piss off Mama Bear. And she literally says, right, I was so scared of getting that phone call again every time it rang. And then with what happened to Ozzy, and that's where Bruce starts to find out Bane went after his friends. Now, we already knew that, right? We knew that from the last issue that we covered of Absolute Batman, where we got the origin story of Bane, right? The origin of Bane kind of coincided with what he was doing in that moment, which was going after Batman's friends. We didn't find out what he did, but we're going to find out here, because what ends up happening is Batman goes to the hospital to visit Oswald Cobblepot, right? One of his closest friends. And he tells Commissioner Gordon, I'm glad he kept an eye out for my mom, like I really appreciate it. And Gordon even tells him, he says, your family, son. And the truth is, looking at you, if I was still commissioner, I'd arrest you before I let you walk out of this place without a doctor checking you out. But, and that's again where it kind of steps in. I'm seeing as I'm commissioner now, right? I'm going to do you a favor here, Wayne, out of respect for Jimmy. So they give him 5 minutes to go in and visit. But here's a crazy thing. Dr. Leslie Tompkins tells him, right? She's like, did anyone explain, right? And he just says, just let me see him. And she's like, but I have to warn you, Bruce, I've never seen anything like it. And Oswald is just crumpled down to virtually nothing. He's like a wadded up human piece of paper. And that's where she just says, whoever did this, right, is an abomination. And here's the crazy thing. When Bane shows up here and meets his friends, the response of Oswald, right, like, who the hell are you supposed to be? And Bane just grabs him, right? And he just says, you want so badly to be big, don't you, right? The pink gym raw muscles, the lifts in your shoes. And that's where Leslie kind of fills him in on what happened to Oswald. She says, whoever did this, they broke nearly every bone in Oswald's body, some in multiple places, but somehow they did it in a way that missed each vital organ. It was precise, surgical, cruel beyond measure. If Oswald lives, he'll be almost 2 feet shorter, and his hands and his feet, it'll be hard, Bruce, a life of constant pain. And so that's how Oswald becomes the Penguin. Instead of being born with this disfigurement, he's literally crushed by Bane's bare hands into a 2 foot shorter version of himself. And that's where Bruce is like, I'll just do whatever I can, right? Like, we all will. Has Harvey come by? And that's where Dr. Tompkins is like, did they not tell you what happened to Harvey Dent? Right? And he's like, what happened to Harvey Dent? And she's like, he's in the next room. Now, here's the most crushing thing for Harvey Dent. Right? She says it's bad, Bruce, right? 3rd to 4th degree burns across the left side of his body, straight 50%. But
Jaming68 says Ripper time,
Hey,
cheers.
cheers, bud. Give me a minute. Hey, what up, Delight? Not bad, not bad. Man, I know that stuff with Charlie is crazy, bro.
Jaming68 says, how's it going, my dude? How's the games been?
100%, 100%. That's what I'm saying.
So an hour would be 8:35.
Yep.
So then you take a shower. I was going to do that in the morning, but I think today would be better.
No, it's not Ascension. It's actual WoW. And hey, shit, I hope you feel better, Tiger. Tiger's in chat.
Did I already scratch these? I'm so confused. Or hopefully it's just dirty. Where did I just had
And the
this
game's
right
going
where-
good, man. Just been doing the grinding. Grinding.
Alright, I'm cleaning my glasses right now.
That's not good, dude. You been going to the doctor?
Oh, it was on scratch. Good. Did you get complimented on your glasses? Anyone notice? People notice, but no one really complimented them except
Jaming68 says, daily am I dude. I'm wanting to play something but I'm not for sure what to hop on though.
out of an entire Brendan. Well, she's your friend, so that's good.
if even your friend doesn't say something, then that would be like, are they your friend?
Well, Anna, Kiana, Emma, Riley, and others today. They're all wrapped up in their own crap too.
See, the people that take notice though are the things you got to remember too, because those people are the ones that pay attention. They see you.
That they look back. I'd laugh at that because I was.
Are you listening to what I said? Because you started talking in the middle of me talking, so it doesn't sound like you're listening. Look, pay attention to those that pay attention to you, because they see you. They could have their own things in life, but they're paying attention to how you are as a person, because they care.
Yeah.
Those are better people to be friends with, because they'll notice the little things and say something because they care. Other people, if they're all wrapped up in their stuff, I get it. They're teenagers, but those ones aren't ready for those kind of friendships. You just gotta, it's learning to be socially aware of how people are being. If you want a certain kind of friend in life, you gotta understand how to look for them. So let's get working on this next stuff. Let's see if we can get it finished up so we're not on it for another day. There should be zero reason to keep it going. All right? Love you. No, this isn't Warframe. Warframe's a game. Warmain was the server. No, this is. I said this is normal WoW. This is Classic Plus right now. But have you been going to the? You've been going to the doctor? Oh no, you're good, Brody. You're good. My buddy just gifted me 2 months of game time so we could play. So it's really just because of that. I'll be going back to Firestorm is pretty good for private WoW. Ascension maybe. Ascension it's so different from what I'm used to. It's hard for me to get into it, but I try. Yeah, Warmain was the other one though. Why don't you get your tonsils removed then? The doctor, they didn't do much. Did they like send you to get like labs done or anything? Because like I feel like if there's something going on, that they should be doing more.
What's worse, they crushed his skull,
like,
cracked it down the center. When the police found him, his head was basically laying in two separate parts. And that's where he just kind of says the name Flass, right? And Bruce goes to greet him, and then he absolutely gets torn apart by Harvey, because Harvey asks, do you remember that one truant cop when we were kids, Bruce? Flass, right? Always one step ahead, no matter how stealthy we tried to be. And when he caught you, he got that look, right? Like, I see you. Do you remember that guy? And Bruce says, of course, I remember. And he says, like he knew all the crap that you were hiding. And me. He had this special hate for me. You're fooling yourself, he'd say. He says, you stick with these losers, they'll bring you down hard. Flass would always say. He was right, right? He was right. Because what happened is Bane crushed this guy. And the way that Bane does it is kind of insane. Once he snatches up Harvey, he says, let me guess, right? The big brother of the little group, the protector. And yet you're also destined to be the traitor because your friends, they're all outlaws. And you, with your principles, your ambition, those eyes, you established this ritual long ago, didn't you? This poker game, a safe place where the stakes are void, where you can be both forever. Outlaw and lawman, friend and enemy, a microcosm, gambling for plastic coins, all pretend. And he says, but the time for pretending is over. And that's where he had grabbed him, put his face down into the alcohol, and threw a match on the ground and set half his face on fire. And so that's where you kind of jump back to Harvey, right? Talking to him. And Harvey says, I heard that he's retired somewhere, right? Flass, Metropolis, Gateway City. I should probably look him up. And where Bruce tries to apologize, he says, you know, it's all my fault. The response of Harvey, yes. Yes, it is. You gambled for real, Bruce. You put it all out there. Your friends, your city, everything, all the chips. Now get out of here. And if it's any consolation, I only hate you half the time. So it's one of the most crushing things to know that you set your friends on this path. But it's even more crushing to find out that your friends hate you for it. They recognize the fact that Bruce did this to them. And that's kind of the crazy thing here, is because at that point, Bruce goes to visit Eddie, right? He goes to see Edward Nygma. And when he sees him just kind of sitting there at a computer, he's like, okay, cool. Like, you're okay, right? Everything's fine. Like, I thought that you may have been hurt too. But the response of Nygma, who got the worst of it all, he says, no, he didn't hurt me. In fact, he was very gentlemanly, right? He challenged me to a friendly battle of wits. He said that if I won, he'd let me kill him. He even handed me his gun. Can you believe it? And so he says, Bane told me, right? I'll bet you like riddles. And so Bruce asks, right, like, what did you do? And the response of Nygma, he says, it only took Bane a minute to beat me. And before I knew it, he was shaking my head, slamming the front of my brain into my skull. The frontal lobe, the part responsible for intelligence, just bang, right? It was absolutely wild, Bruce, like bang. And then suddenly facts became questions everywhere. And so he says, no, Bruce, he didn't hurt me at all. He helped me. He was challenging me. Maybe he was challenging all of us to become more, become what we were meant to be, because his whole head has basically just been replaced with machinery now. Even his physical brain is sticking out of the back of this makeshift helmet. And that's a crazy thing, because in that moment, the venom kind of starts running its course again. And that's where Nygma tells Bruce, right? It looks like he challenged you too. So riddle me this. What are you going to do about it? And that's the crazy thing, because at that point, you jump to the past. I told you guys, this comic is insanity. Only from Scott Snyder can you imagine stuff like this, especially after he wrote Witches. Yeah, if you ever read Witches, you could easily see where he would come up with something like this. We should cover Witches. That story's bonkers. But at that point, you jump to the past, right? Specifically, when you have Bruce and Selina in them who go and meet with Carmine Falcone, or Falcone, as I like to call him. And initially, he's just kind of like, okay, so I know who you are, right? You're Waylon Jones' trainer, aren't you, right? Like, let me guess. You want Bibbo to go easy on your boy, or maybe you're looking to cash out altogether. And he says, I guess Croc's less of a crocodile and more of a crock of crap. And that's where Bruce is just like, what's in the bag is a gesture, right? Some of the finest gold work in the city. And initially, Falcone's just like, I mean, how do I even know it's real? And the response of Bruce, maybe because it's yours, stolen from apartments you own. And initially, Falcone's just kind of like, what are you talking about? And he's like, we're not looking to cash out, we're looking to raise. And so what this is designed to do is to illustrate the fact that over the course of Bruce's life, he's always had this just kind of reckless attitude, always willing to up the ante, to do whatever it takes to make sure he wins, because the consequences were never really anything significant for him. It never really hurt him. The problem was always just over there. And if the problem is over there, then the problem might as well not exist, because you don't have to see it or deal with it on a regular basis. But now it came to a head. Now the problems are real, and his actions have direct consequences for the people that are closest to him. And so that's where you pick up with Bruce Wayne back in the Batcave, and he just tells the Red Hood gang, stand down, right? He's like, I mean, it's all off. Everything is done. And that's where the Red Hood gang initially tries to interrupt, but Bruce ends the phone call. And then Gordon just asks the question, like, what's that about? And Bruce just comes clean with him, right? Just kind of has this bit of a breakdown where he says, you were right when the Black Mask offered that deal. I didn't even consider it. Not really. I just really didn't see. And that's the important thing, is because at that point, Alfred's like, so that's it, right? You're just gonna close down operations. And Bruce is like, he broke them, Pennyworth, my friends. He broke them all, right? And that's the important thing, is because Black Mask warned Bruce. You guys remember that story? You guys remember that moment when he warned him? He told him, you have no clue what's coming. If you destroy me, if you defeat me, you're going to hand the city over to something worse than me. They are going to send him after you. And when that happens, he will destroy everyone and everything that you know and love. And Bruce didn't want to listen. Bruce didn't want to hear that. It was the ravings of a bad guy. It was a dude who had no idea what he was talking about. But now Bruce is finding out consequences are a thing that exists. And so that's why at that point, Alfred says, yeah, he did. Right? The question is, are you going to let him break you? Right? He says, you chose this, Bruce, and I told you, you're in it now. Everything has changed, and there is no going back. There's only through, so get ready, because it's only going to get worse. And that's when you find out someone's breached the hatch. Someone's busted in. And the response of Pennyworth, it's Bane, right? Bane is coming for you, right? And so at that point, he's like, if he really wants a war so much, let's give it to him. So Alfred, it turns out, has a minigun. This dude has a minigun. He turns into Jesse Ventura from Predator, which is nuts because he's roaming the hallways with the biggest gun I've ever seen in my life, ready to spray down whatever poor soul gets in front of his face, which is probably the best you can do when it comes to someone like Bane. But then out of nowhere, this rope comes down, snatches Alfred, knocks him out. Batman turns around to see Alfred unconscious, and who's standing there? Absolute Catwoman. With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. I told you guys, this story is crazy. Here's a crazy thing, though. It's not even the craziest thing. Here's a crazy thing. Did you guys see the interview where Scott Snyder said Absolute Scarecrow is coming to the comics? And I gotta tell you, man, if you guys thought this was bad, Absolute Scarecrow is gonna be nightmare fuel like you and I have never seen. And I am so excited. Anyway, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, drop a like. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
Hey guys, it's me again, and it's been a little while. Just before I get into the main topic of the video, I want to explain why there haven't been any videos. My dad has been in the hospital for the better part of a week now. Very serious situation. It has required my full attention. And because of that, I've been on calls, I've been dealing with other people, talking to members of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during this situation. And because of that, I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. I apologize for that. Hopefully I'll be back as soon as possible. That being said, we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier, and I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on LiveLeak, videos I've ever seen. The first time I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated. The guy gets shot in the neck and blood is spurting out. I didn't even know it could do that. And it was absolutely fucking horrifying to see something like that happen in front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy, controversial guy. He's a conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years, and he was even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing. Very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion, at least especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And what I think is going to happen now, because obviously these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum, and they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet in general, to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead.
Well, I mean,
won't somebody do it?
this character's
the
a tank.
8647, all of the crypto messaging,
DPS technically,
and all
since it's
the,
a red
the
pally, but dude, I
doxing,
can
right?
sit there
Why
and
do you
solo
dox
shit.
somebody? Why do you post the person's home address?
Okay, where the fuck
it's
is
to
this
make
bitch?
other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk. It's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level. But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. And I think that now, I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane, that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that, you know, things are for them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all of the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example, as at the recent event as well. And I think that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that. And I don't want to see, America turn into a PvP server. And it sure seems like it is. And I think that in order to prevent that from happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that, get arrested 14 times. And it's not even a question, right? You put them in jail and you throw away the key, and you compel them to work, and that way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple, actually. But for some reason, the way that makes people feel has made them unwilling to look at this obvious truth. If you look in history, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works. And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotion.